He answered, "Were I formed of leaded glass, I should not sooner draw unto myself thy outward image than I now imprint that from within. This moment came thy thoughts presented before mine, with similar act and countenance similar, so that from both I one design have framed. If the right coast incline so much that we may thence descend into the other chasm, we shall escape secure from this imagined pursuit." He had not spoke his purpose to the end, when I from far beheld them with spread wings approach to take us. Suddenly my guide caught me, even as a mother that from sleep is by the noise aroused, and near her sees the climbing fires, who snatches up her babe and flies ne'er pausing, careful more of him than of herself, that but a single vest clings round her limbs. Down from the jutting beach supine he cast him to that pendant rock, which closes on one part the other chasm. Never ran water with such hurrying pace adown the tube to turn a land-mill's wheel when nearest it approaches to the spokes, as then along that edge my master ran, carrying me in his bosom as a child, not a companion. Scarcely had his feet reached to the lowest of the bed beneath, when over us the steep they reached, but fear in him was none. For that high providence, which placed them ministers of the fifth fosse, power of departing thence took from them all. There in the depth we saw a painted tribe, who packed with tardy steps around, and wept, faint in appearance, and o'ercome with toil. Caps had they on, with hoods that fell low down before their eyes, in fashion like to those worn by the monks in Cologne. Their outside was overlaid with gold, dazzling to view, but leaden all within, and of such weight, that Fredericks compared to these were straw. O everlasting wearisome attire, we yet once more with them together turned to leftward, on their dismal moan intent. But by the weight oppressed, so slowly came the fainting people, that our company was changed at every movement of the step. Whence I my guide addressed, "See that thou find some spirit, whose name may by his deeds be known, and to that end look round thee as thou goest." Then one, who understood the Tuscan voice, cried after us aloud, "Hold in your feet, ye who so swiftly speed through the dusk air. Perchance from me thou shalt obtain thy wish." Whereat my leader, turning, me bespake, "Pause, and then onward at their pace proceed." I stayed and saw two spirits in whose look impatient eagerness of mind was marked to overtake me. But the load they bear and narrow path retarded their approach. Soon as arrived, they with an eye askance perused me, but spake not. Then turning each to other, thus conferring, said, "This one seems by the action of his throat alive, and be they dead, what privilege allows they walk unmantled by the cumbrous stole?" Then thus to me, "Tuscan, who visitest the college of the morning hypocrites, disdain not to instruct us who thou art." "By Arno's pleasant stream," I thus replied, "in the great city I was bred and grew, and wear the body I have ever worn. But who are ye, from whom such mighty grief, as now I witness, courseth down your cheeks? What torment breaks forth in this bitter woe?" "Our bonnets gleaming bright with orange hue," one of them answered, "are so leaden gross, that with their weight they make the balances to crack beneath them. Joyous friars we were, Bologna's natives, Catalano firm, Helodoringo named, and by thy land together taken, as men used to take a single and indifferent arbiter, to reconcile their strifes, how there we sped, Gardingo's vicinage can best declare." "O friars," I began, "your miseries—" But there brake off, for one had caught my eye, fixed to a cross with 3 stakes on the ground. He, when he saw me, writhed himself, throughout distorted, ruffling with deep sighs his beard. And Catalano, who thereof was ware, thus spake, "That pierced spirit, whom intent thou view'st, was he who gave the Pharisees counsel, that it were fitting for one man to suffer for the people. He doth lie transverse, nor any passes, but him first behoves make feeling trial how each weighs. In straits like this along the fosse are placed the father of his consort, and the rest partakers in that counsel, seed of ill and sorrow to the Jews. I noted then how Virgil gazed with wonder upon him, thus abjectly extended on the cross in banishment eternal. To the friar he next his words addressed, "We pray ye tell, if so be lawful, whether on our right lies any opening in the rock, whereby we both may issue hence without constraint on the dark angels, that compelled they come to lead us from this depth." He thus replied, "Nearer than thou dost hope, there is a rock from the next circle moving, which o'ersteps each veil of horror, save that here his cope is shattered. By the ruin ye may mount, for on the side it slants, and most the height rises below." With head bent down a while, my leader stood, then spake, "He warned us ill, who yonder hangs the sinners on his hook." To whom the friar, "At Bologna, erst I many vices of the devil heard, among the rest was said, he is a liar, and the father of lies." When he had spoke, my leader with large strides proceeded on, somewhat disturbed with anger in his look. I therefore left the spirits heavy laden, and following, his beloved footsteps marked. Canto 24. In the year's early non-age, when the sun tempers his tresses in Aquarius's urn, and now towards equal day the nights recede, when as the rime upon the earth puts on her dazzling sister's image, but not long her milder sway endures, then riseth up the village hind, whom fails his wintry store, and looking out beholds the plain around all whitened, whence impatiently he smites his thighs, and to his hut returning in, there paces to and fro, wailing his lot, as a discomfited and helpless man. Then comes he forth again, and feels new hope spring in his bosom, finding e'en thus soon the world hath changed its countenance, grasps his crook, and forth to pasture drives his little flock. So me my guide disheartened, when I saw his troubled forehead, and so speedily that ill was curd. For at the fallen bridge arriving, towards me with a look as sweet, he turned him back, as that I first beheld at the steep mountain's foot. Regarding well the ruin, and some counsel first maintained, with his own thought he opened wide his arm and took me up, as one who, while he works, computes his labour's issue, that he seems still to foresee the effect, so lifting me up to the summit of one peak, he fixed his eye upon another. "Grapple that," said he, "but first make proof, if it be such as will sustain thee. For one capped with lead, this were no journey, scarcely he, though light, and I, though onward pushed from crag to crag, could mount. And if the precinct of this coast were not less ample than the last, for him I know not, but my strength had surely failed. But Malebolge all toward the mouth inclining of the nethermost abyss. The sight of every valley hence requires, that one side upward slope, the other fall. At length, the point of our descent we reached from the last flag. Soon as to that arrived, so was the breath exhausted from my lungs, I could no further, but did seat me there. Now needs thy best of man, so spake my guide, for not on downy plumes, nor under shade of canopy reposing, fame is won, without which whosoe'er consumes his days, leaveth such vestige of himself on earth, as smoke in air or foam upon the wave. Thou therefore rise, vanish thy weariness by the mind's effort, in each struggle formed to vanquish, if she suffer not the weight of her corporeal frame to crush her down. A longer ladder yet remains to scale, from these to have escaped, sufficeth not. If well thou note me, profit by my words. I straightway rose, and showed myself less spent than I in truth did feel me. On, I cried, for I am stout and fearless. Up the rock our way we held, more rugged than before, narrower and steeper far to climb. From talk I ceased not, as we journeyed, so to seem least faint, whereat a voice from the other fosse did issue forth, for utterance suited ill. Though on the arch that crosses there I stood, what were the words I knew not, but who spake seemed moved in anger. Down I stooped to look, but my quick eye might reach not to the depth for shrouding darkness. Wherefore thus I spake, to the next circle, teacher, bend thy steps, and from the wall dismount we. For as hence I hear and understand not, so I see beneath, and naught discern. I answer not, said he, but by the deed, To fair request, silent performance maketh best return. We from the bridge's head descended, where to the 8th mound it joins, and then the chasm. Opening to view, I saw a crowd within, of serpents terrible, so strange of shape and hideous, that remembrance in my veins yet shrinks the vital current. Of her sands let Libya vaunt no more. If Jaculus, Piraeus, and Chelida be her brood, Cenchrys and Amphisboina, plagues so dire, or in such numbers swarming ne'er she showed, not with all Ethiopia, and whate'er above the Erythraean sea is spawned. Amid this dread exuberance of woe ran naked spirits winged with horrid fear, nor hope had they of crevice where to hide, or heliotrope to charm them out of view. With serpents were their hands behind them bound, which through their reins infixed the tail and head, twisted in folds before. And lo, on one, near to our side, darted an adder up, and where the neck is on the shoulders tied, transpierced him. Far more quickly than e'er pen wrote O or I, he kindled, burned, and changed to ashes, all poured out upon the earth. When there dissolved he lay, the dust again uprolled spontaneous, and the self-same form instant resumed. So mighty sages tell, the Arabian phoenix, when 500 years have well nigh circled, dies and springs forthwith renascent. Blade nor herb throughout his life he tastes, but tears of frankincense alone and odorous amomum. Swaths of nard and myrrh his funeral shroud. As one that falls, he knows not how, by force demoniac dragged to earth, or through obstruction fettering up in chains invisible the powers of man, who, risen from his trance, gazeth around, bewildered with the monstrous agony he hath endured, and wildly staring sighs, so stood aghast the sinner when he rose. Oh, how severe God's judgment, that deals out such blows in stormy vengeance. Who he was my teacher next inquired, and thus in few he answered. Vani Fuci am I called, not long since rained down from Tuscany to this dire gullet. Me the bestial life, and not the human pleased, mule that I was, who in Pistoia found my worthy den. I then to Virgil bid him stir not hence, and ask what crime did thrust him hither. Once a man, I knew him choleric and bloody. The sinner heard and feigned not, but towards me his mind directing and his face, wherein was dismal shame depictured, thus he spake, It grieves me more to have been caught by thee in this sad plight, which thou beholdest, than when I was taken from the other life. I have no power permitted to deny what thou inquirest. I am doomed thus low to dwell, for that the sacristy by me was rifled of its goodly ornaments, and with the guilt another falsely charged. But that thou mayst not joy to see me thus, so as thou e'er shalt scape this darksome realm, open thine ears and hear what I forebode. Reft of the nary first Pistoia pines, then Florence changeth citizens and laws. From Valdimagra, drawn by wrathful Mars, a vapour rises, wrapped in turbid mists, and sharp and eager driveth on the storm, with arrowy hurtling o'er Pacino's field, whence suddenly the cloud shall burst, and strike each helpless Bianco prostrate to the ground. This have I told, that grief may rend thy heart. Canto 25. When he had spoke, the sinner raised his hands, pointed in mockery, and cried, Take them, God, I level them at thee. From that day forth the serpents were my friends, for round his neck one of them rolling twisted, as it said, Be silent, tongue. Another to his arms upgliding, tied them, riveting itself so close, it took from them the power to move. Pistoia, ah Pistoia, why dost doubt to turn thee into ashes, cumbering earth no longer, since in evil act so far thou hast outdone thy seed? I did not mark, through all the gloomy circles of the abyss, spirit that swelled so proudly 'gainst his God, not him, who headlong fell from Thebes. He fled, nor uttered more, and after him there came a centaur full of fury, shouting, where is the caitiff? On Maremma's marsh swarm not the serpent tribe, as on his haunch they swarmed, to where the human face begins. Behind his head upon the shoulders lay, with open wings, a dragon breathing fire on whomsoe'er he met. To me my guide, Cacus is this, who underneath the rock of Aventine spread oft a lake of blood. He from his brethren parted, here must tread a different journey, for his fraudful theft of the great herd that near him stalled, whence found his felon deeds their end, beneath the mace of stout Alcides, that perchance laid on 100 blows, and not the 10th was felt. While yet he spake, the centaur sped away, and under us 3 spirits came, of whom nor I nor he was ware, till they exclaimed, "Say, who are ye?" We then brake off discourse, intent on these alone. I knew them not, but as it chanceth oft, befell, that one had need to name another. "Where," said he, "doth Cianfa lurk?" I, for a sign my guide should stand attentive, placed against my lips the finger lifted. If, O reader, now thou be not apt to credit what I tell, no marvel, for myself do scarce allow the witness of mine eyes, but as I look toward them, lo, a serpent with 6 feet springs forth on one and fastens full upon him. His midmost grasped the belly, a 4 foot seized on each arm, while deep in either cheek he fleshed his fangs. The hinder on the thighs were spread, twixt which the tail inserted, curled upon the reins behind. Ivy ne'er clasped a doddered oak, as round the other's limbs the hideous monster intertwined his own. Then, as they both had been of burning wax, each melted into other, mingling hues, that which was either now was seen no more. Thus up the shrinking paper, ere it burns, a brown tint glides, not turning yet to black, and the clean white expires. The other 2 looked on, exclaiming, "Ah, how dost thou change, Agnello! See, thou art nor double now, nor only one." The 2 heads now became one, and 2 figures blended in one form appeared, where both were lost. Of the 4 lengths, 2 arms were made, the belly and the chest, the thighs and legs into such members changed, as never eye hath seen. Of former shape all trace was vanished. 2 yet neither seemed that image miscreate, and so passed on with tardy steps, as underneath the scourge of the fierce dog-star that lays bare the fields, shifting from brake to brake, the lizard seems a flash of lightning, if he thwart the road. So toward the entrails of the other 2 approaching seemed, an adder all on fire, as the dark pepper grain, livid and swart. In that part, whence our life is nourished first, one he transpierced, then down before him fell stretched out. The pierced spirit looked on him, but spake not, yea stood motionless and yawned, as if by sleep or feverous fit assailed. He eyed the serpent, and the serpent him. One from the wound, the other from the mouth, breathed a thick smoke, whose vapoury columns joined. Lucan in mute attention now may hear, nor thy disastrous fate, Sabellus, tell, nor shine, Nasidius. Ovid now be mute. What if in warbling fiction he record Cadmus and Arethusa, to a snake him changed, and her into a fountain clear? I envy not. For never face to face, 2 natures thus transmuted did he sing, wherein both shapes were ready to assume the other's substance. They, in mutual guise, so answered, that the serpent split his train, divided to a fork, and the pierced spirit drew close his steps together, legs and thighs compacted, that no sign of juncture soon was visible. The tail disparted took the figure which the spirit lost, its skin softening, his indurated to a rind. The shoulders next I marked, that entering joined the monster's armpits, whose 2 shorter feet so lengthened, as the other's dwindling shrunk. The feet behind then twisting up became that part that man conceals, which in the wretch was cleft in twain, while both the shadowy smoke with a new colour veils, and generates the excrescent pile on one, peeling it off from the other body. Lo, upon his feet one upright rose, and prone the other fell. Not yet their glaring and malignant lamps were shifted, though each feature changed beneath. Of him who stood erect, the mounting face retreated towards the temples, and what there superfluous matter came, shot out in ears from the smooth cheeks, the rest, not backward dragged, of its excess did shape the nose, and swelled into due size, protuberant the lips. He on the earth who lay, meanwhile extends his sharpened visage, and draws down the ears into the head, as doth the slug his horns, his tongue continuous before and apt for utterance severs, and the other's fork closing unites. That done, the smoke was laid, the soul transformed into the brute, glides off, hissing along the vale, and after him the other talking sputters, but soon turned his new-grown shoulders on him, and in few thus to another spake, along this path crawling, as I have done, speed boso now. So saw I fluctuate in successive change the unsteady ballast of the seventh hold, and here if aught my tongue have swerved, events so strange may be its warrant. O'er mine eyes confusion hung, and on my thoughts amaze, yet scapt they not so covertly, but well I marked Sciancato, he alone it was, of the three first that came, who changed not, thou the other's fate, Gavil, still dost rue. Canto 26. Florence exult, for thou so mightily hast thriven, that o'er land and sea thy wings thou beatest, and thy name spreads over hell. Among the plunderers such the three I found thy citizens, whence shame to me thy son, and no proud honour to thyself redounds. But if our minds, when dreaming near the dawn, are of the truth presageful, thou ere long shalt feel what Prato, not to say the rest, would fain might come upon thee. And that chance were in good time, if it befell thee now. Would so it were, since it must needs befall. For as time wears me, I shall grieve the more. We from the depth departed, and my guide, remounting, scaled the flinty steps, which late we downward traked, and drew me up the steep. Pursuing thus our solitary way, among the crags and splinters of the rock, sped not our feet without the help of hands. Then sorrow seized me, which e'en now revives, as my thought turns again to what I saw, and more than I am wont, I rein and curb the powers of nature in me, lest they run where virtue guides not. That if aught of good, my gentle star, or something better gave me, I envy not myself the precious boon. As in that season, when the sun least veils his face that lightens all, what time the fly gives way to the shrill gnat, the peasant then upon some cliff reclined, beneath him sees fireflies innumerous spangling o'er the vale, vineyard or tilth, where his day labour lies. With flames so numberless throughout its space shone the eighth chasm, apparent when the depth was to my view exposed. As he, whose wrongs the bears avenged, at its departure saw Elijah's chariot, when the steeds erect raised their steep flight for heaven. His eyes, meanwhile, straining pursued them, till the flame alone upsoaring like a misty speck he kenned. E'en thus along the gulf moves every flame, a sinner so enfolded close in each, that none exhibits token of the theft. Upon the bridge I forward bent to look, and grasped a flinty mass, or else had fallen, though pushed not from the height. The guide, who marked how I did gaze attentive, thus began. Within these ardours are the spirits, each swathed in confining fire. Master, thy word, I answered, hath assured me, yet I deemed already of the truth, already wished to ask thee, who is in yon fire, that comes so parted at the summit, as it seemed ascending from that funeral pile, where lay the Theban brothers? He replied, within Ulysses, there and Diomede endure their penal tortures, thus to vengeance now together hasting, as erewhile to wrath. These in the flame with ceaseless groans deplore the ambush of the horse that opened wide a portal for that goodly seed to pass, which sowed imperial Rome, nor less the guile lament they, whence of her Achilles, reft Deidamia yet in death complains. And there is rude the stratagem that Troy of her palladium spoiled. If they have power of utterance from within these sparks, said I, O master, think my prayer 1,000-fold in repetition urged, that thou vouchsafe to pause, till here the horned flame arrive. See how toward it with desire I bend. He thus, thy prayer is worthy of much praise, and I accept it therefore, but do thou thy tongue refrain, to question them be mine, for I divine thy wish, and they perchance, for they were Greeks, might shun discourse with thee. When there the flame had come, where time and place seemed fitting to my guide, he thus began. O ye who dwell two spirits in one fire, if living I of you did merit aught, whate'er the measure were of that desert, when in the world my lofty strain I poured, move ye not on, till one of you unfold, in what clime death o'ertook him self-destroyed. Of the old flame forthwith the greater horn began to roll, murmuring, as a fire that labours with the wind, then to and fro, wagging the top, as a tongue uttering sounds, threw out its voice and spake, when I escaped from Circe, who beyond a circling year had held me near Caieta by her charms, ere thus Aeneas yet had named the shore, nor fondness for my son, nor reverence of my old father, nor return of love, that should have crowned Penelope with joy, could overcome in me the zeal I had to explore the world and search the ways of life, man's evil and his virtue. Forth I sailed into the deep, illimitable main, with but one bark, and the small faithful band that yet cleaved to me. As Iberia far, far as Morocco either shore I saw, and the Sardinian and each isle beside, which round that ocean bathes. Tardy with age were I and my companions, when we came to the strait pass, where Hercules ordained the boundaries not to be o'erstepped by man. The walls of Seville to my right I left, on the other hand already Ceuta passed. O brothers, I began, who to the west through perils without number now have reached, to this the short remaining watch, that yet our senses have to wake, refuse not proof of the unpeopled world, following the track of Phoebus. Call to mind from whence we sprang. Ye were not formed to live the life of brutes, but virtue to pursue and knowledge high. With these few words I sharpened for the voyage the mind of my associates, that I then could scarcely have withheld them. To the dawn our poop we turned, and for the witless flight made our oars wings, still gaining on the left. Each star of the other pole night now beheld, and ours so low that from the ocean floor it rose not. 5 times re-illumed, as oft vanished the light from underneath the moon, since the deep way we entered, when from far appeared a mountain dim, loftiest methought of all I e'er beheld. Joy seized us straight, but soon to mourning changed. From the new land a whirlwind sprung, and at her foremost side did strike the vessel. Thrice it whirled her round, with all the waves, the 4th time lifted up the poop, and sank the prow. So fate decreed, and over us the booming billow closed. Canto 17. Now upward rose the flame, and stilled its light to speak no more, and now passed on with leave. From the mild poet gained, when following came another, from whose top a sound confused, forth issuing, drew our eyes that way to look. As the Sicilian bull, that rightfully his cries first echoed, who had shaped its mould, did so rebellow, with the voice of him tormented, that the brazen monster seemed pierced through with pain. Thus, while no way they found nor avenue immediate through the flame, into its language turned the dismal words. But soon as they had won their passage forth, up from the point, which vibrating obeyed their motion at the tongue, these sounds we heard, O thou, to whom I now direct my voice, that lately didst exclaim in Lombard phrase, Depart thou, I solicit thee no more. Though somewhat tardy I perchance arrive, let it not irk thee here to pause a while, and with me parley. Lo, it irks not me, and yet I burn. If but e'en now thou fall into this blind world, from that pleasant land of Latium, whence I draw my sum of guilt, tell me if those who in Romagna dwell have peace or war. For of the mountains there was I, betwixt Urbino and the height, whence Tiber first unlocks his mighty flood. Leaning I listened yet with heedful ear, when, as he touched my side, the leader thus, Speak thou, he is a Latian. My reply was ready, and I spake without delay. O spirit, who art hidden here below, never was thy Romagna without war in her proud tyrant's bosoms, nor is now, but open war there left I none. The state Ravenna hath maintained this many a year is steadfast. There Polenta's eagle broods, and in his broad circumference of plume o'ershadows Servia. The green talons grasp the land that stood erewhile the proof so long, and pilled in bloody heap the host of France. The old mastiff of Verrucchio and the young, that tore Montagna in their wrath, still make, where they are wont, an augury of their fangs. Lamone's city and Santerno's range, under the lion of the snowy lair, inconstant partisan, that changeth sides, or ever summer yields to winter's frost. And she, whose flank is washed of Savio's wave, as twixt the level and the steep she lies, lives so twixt tyrant power and liberty. Now tell us, I entreat thee, who art thou? Be not more hard than others. In the world, so may thy name still rear its forehead high. Then roared a while the fire, its sharpened point on either side waved, and thus breathed at last. If I did think, my answer were to one, who ever could return unto the world, this flame should rest unshaken. But since ne'er, if true be told me, any from this depth has found his upward way, I answer thee, nor fear lest infamy record the words. A man of arms at first, I clothed me then in good St. Francis' girdle, hoping so to have made amends. And certainly my hope had failed not, but that he, whom curses light on, the high priest again seduced me into sin. And how and wherefore listen while I tell. Long as this spirit moved the bones and pulp my mother gave me, less my deeds bespake the nature of the lion than the fox. All ways of winding subtlety I knew, and with such art conducted, that the sound reached the world's limit. Soon as to that part of life I found me come, when each behoves to lower sails and gather in the lines. That which before had pleased me then I rued, and to repentance and confession turned, wretch that I was, and well it had bested me. The chief of the new Pharisees meantime, waging his warfare near the Lateran, not with the Saracens or Jews. His foes all Christians were, nor against Acre one had fought, nor trafficked in the Soldan's land. He his great charge, nor sacred ministry in himself, reverenced, nor in me that cord, which used to mark with leanness whom it girded. As in Socrates, Constantine besought to cure his leprosy, Sylvester's aid. So me to cure the fever of his pride, this man besought my counsel to that end. He asked, and I was silent, for his words seemed drunken, but forthwith he thus resumed, From thy heart banish fear, of all offence I hitherto absolve thee. In return, teach me my purpose so to execute, that Penestrino cumber earth no more. Heaven, as thou knowest, I have power to shut and open, and the keys are therefore twain, the which my predecessor meanly prized. Then, yielding to the forceful arguments of silence as more perilous I deemed, and answered, Father, since thou washest me clear of that guilt wherein I now must fall, large promise with performance scant, be sure, shall make thee triumph in thy lofty seat. When I was numbered with the dead, then came St. Francis for me. But a cherub dark he met, who cried, Wrong me not, he is mine, and must below to join the wretched crew, for the deceitful counsel which he gave. Since I watched him, hovering at his hair, no power can the impenitent absolve, nor to repent and will at once consist, by contradiction absolute forbid. O misery, how I shook myself when he seized me and cried, Thou haply thought'st me not a disputant in logic so exact. To Minos down he bore me, and the judge twinned 8 times round his callous back the tail, which biting with excess of rage, he spake, This is a guilty soul, that in the fire must vanish. Hence perdition doomed, I rove a prey to rankling sorrow in this garb. When he had thus fulfilled his words, the flame in dolour parted, beating to and fro, and writhing its sharp horn. We onward went, I and my leader, up along the rock, far as another arch, that overhangs the fosse, wherein the penalty is paid of those who load them with committed sin. Canto that ye need. Who, e'en in words unfettered, might at full tell of the wounds and blood that now I saw, though he repeated oft the tale. No tongue so vast a theme could equal, speech and thought both impotent alike. If in one band collected stood the people all, who e'er poured on Apulia's happy soil their blood, slain by the Trojans, and in that long war, when of the rings the measured booty made a pile so high, as Rome's historian writes who errs not. With the multitude, that felt the grinding force of Guiscard's Norman steel, and those the rest, whose bones are gathered yet at Ceperano, there where treachery branded the Apulian name, or where beyond thy walls, O Tagliacozzo, without arms the old Alado conquered, and his limbs one were to show transpierced, another his clean lopped away. A spectacle like this were but a thing of naught to the hideous sight of the ninth chasm. A rundlet that hath lost its middle or side stave gapes not so wide as one I marked, torn from the chin throughout, down to the hinder passage. Twixt the legs dangling his entrails hung, the midriff lay open to view, and wretched ventricle that turns the englutted aliment to dross. Whilst eagerly I fix on him my gaze, he eyed me, with his hands laid his breast bare, and cried, "Now mark how I do rip me! Lo! How is Mohammed mangled?" Before me walks Ali weeping, from the chin his face cleft to the forelock, and the others all whom here thou seest, while they lived, did sow scandal and schism, and therefore thus are rent. A fiend is here behind, who with his sword hacks us thus cruelly, slivering again each of this ream. When we have compassed round the dismal way, for first our gashes close ere we repass before him. But say, who art thou, that standest musing on the rock, haply so lingering to delay the pain sentenced upon thy crimes? Him death not yet, my guide rejoined, hath overta'en, nor sin conducts to torment. But that he may make full trial of your state, I who am dead must through the depths of hell, from orb to orb, conduct him. Trust my words, for they are true. More than 100 spirits, when that they heard, stood in the fosse to mark me, through amazed, forgetful of their pangs. Thou who perchance shalt shortly view the sun, this warning thou bear to Dulcino. Bid him, if he wish not here soon to follow me, that with good store of food he arm him, lest imprisoning snows yield him a victim to Novara's power, no easy conquest else. With foot upraised for stepping, spake Mohammed on the ground, then fixed it to depart. Another shade, pierced in the throat, his nostrils mutilate e'en from beneath the eyebrows, and one ear lopped off, who with the rest through wonder stood gazing, before the rest advanced, and barred his windpipe, that without was all o'ersmeared with crimson stain. O thou, said he, whom sin condemns not, and whom erst, unless too near resemblance do deceive me, I aloft have seen on Latian ground, call thou to mind Piero of Medicina, if again returning thou beholdst the pleasant land that from Vercelli slopes to Mercabo, and there instruct the twain, whom Fano boasts her worthiest sons, Guido and Angelo, that if 'tis given us here to scan aright the future, they out of life's tenement shall be cast forth, and whelmed under the waves near to Cattolica, through perfidy of a fell tyrant. Twixt the Cyprian Isle and Balearic, ne'er hath Neptune seen an injury so foul, by pirates done, or Argive crew of old. That one-eyed traitor, whose realm there is a spirit here, were fain his eye had still lacked sight of. Them shall bring to conference with him, then so shape his end, that they shall need not gainst Facara's wind offer up vow nor prayer. I answering thus, declare, as thou dost wish that I above may carry tidings of thee, who is he, in whom that sight doth wake such sad remembrance? Forthwith he laid his hand on the cheekbone of one, his fellow spirit, and his jaws expanding cried, Lo, this is he I wot of. He speaks not for himself, the outcast this, who overwhelmed the doubt in Caesar's mind, affirming that delay to men prepared was ever harmful. Oh, how terrified methought was Curio, from whose throat was cut the tongue which spake that hardy word. Then one maimed of each hand, uplifted in the gloom the bleeding stumps, that they with gory spots sullied his face, and cried, Remember thee of Mosca, too I who, alas, exclaimed, The deed once done, there is an end, that proved a seed of sorrow to the Tuscan race. I added, Aye, and death to thine own tribe. Whence heaping woe on woe, he hurried off, as one grief-stung to madness. But I there still lingered to behold the troop, and saw things, such as I may fear, without more proof to tell of. But that conscience makes me firm, the boon companion, who her strong breastplate buckles on him, that feels no guilt within, and bids him on and fear not. Without doubt I saw, and yet it seems to pass before me, a headless trunk, that even as the rest of the sad flock packed onward. By the hair it bore the severed member, lantern-wise pendant in hand, which looked at us and said, "Woe's me!" The spirit lighted thus himself, and two there were in one, and one in two. How that may be, he knows who ordereth so. When at the bridge's foot direct he stood, his arm aloft he reared, thrusting the head full in our view, that nearer we might hear the words, which thus it uttered, "Now behold this grievous torment, thou who breathing ghost to spy the dead. Behold if any else be terrible as this, and that on earth thou mayest bear tidings of me. Know that I am Bertrand, he of Bourne, who gave King John the counsel mischievous. Father and son I set at mutual war. For Absalom and David more did not Ahithophel, spurring them on maliciously to strife. For parting those so closely knit, my brain parted, alas, I carry from its source that in this trunk inhabits. Thus the law of retribution fiercely works in me. Canto 29. So were mine eyes inebriate with view of the vast multitude, whom various wounds disfigured, that they longed to stay and weep. But Virgil roused me. What yet gazest on? Wherefore doth fasten yet thy sight below, among the maimed and miserable shades? Thou hast not shown in any chasm beside this weakness. Know, if thou wouldst number them, that 22 miles the valley wends its circuit, and already is the moon beneath our feet. The time permitted now is short, and more not seen remains to see. If thou, I straight replied, hadst weighed the cause for which I looked, thou hadst perchance excused the tarrying still. My leader part pursued his way, the while I followed answering him, and adding thus, "Within that cave I deem, whereon so fixedly I held my ken, there is a spirit dwells, one of my blood, wailing the crime that costs him now so dear." Then spake my master, "Let thy soul no more afflict itself for him. Direct elsewhere its thought, and leave him." At the bridge's foot I marked how he did point with menacing look at thee, and heard him by the others named Gary of Bellow. Thou so wholly then wert busied with his spirit, who once ruled the towers of Hautefort, that thou lookedst not that way ere he was gone. O guide beloved, his violent death yet unavenged, said I, by any who are partners in his shame, made him contemptuous. Therefore, as I think, he passed me speechless by, and doing so hath made me more compassionate his fate. So we discoursed to where the rock first showed the other valley, had more light been there, e'en to the lowest depth. Soon as we came o'er the last cloister in the dismal rounds of Malebolge, and the brotherhood were to our view exposed, then many a dart of sore lament assailed me, headed all with points of thrilling pity, that I closed both ears against the volley with mine hands. As were the torment if each lazar house of Valdiciana, in the sultry time, twixt July and September, with the isle Sardinia and Maremma's pestilent fen, had heaped their maladies all in one fosse together, such was here the torment, dire the stench, as issuing steams from festered limbs. We on the utmost shore of the long rock descended still to leftward. Then my sight was livelier to explore the depth, wherein the minister of the most mighty Lord, all-searching justice, dooms to punishment, the forgers noted on her dread record. More rueful was it not methinks to see the nation in Aegina droop. What time each living thing, e'en to the little worm, all fell, so full of malice was the air, and afterward, as bards of yore have told, the ancient people were restored anew from seed of emmets, than was here to see the spirits, that languished through the murky veil uppilled on many a stack. Confused they lay, one o'er the belly, o'er the shoulders one rolled of another, sidling crawled a third along the dismal pathway. Step by step we journeyed on, in silence looking round and listening those diseased, who strove in vain to lift their forms. Then two I marked, that sat propped 'gainst each other as two brazen pans set to retain the heat. From head to foot, a tetter barked them round, nor saw I e'er groom currying so fast, for whom his lord impatient waited, or himself perchance tired with long watching, as of these each one plied quickly his keen nails through furiousness of ne'er abated pruriency. The crust came drawn from underneath in flakes, like scales scrapped from the bream or fish of broader mail. O thou, who with thy fingers rendest off thy coat of proof, thus spake my guide to one, and sometimes makest tearing pincers of them. Tell me if any born of Latian land be among these within, so may thy nails serve thee for everlasting to this toil. Both are of Latium, weeping he replied, whom tortured thus thou seest, but who art thou that hast inquired of us? To whom my guide, one that descend with this man, who yet lives, from rock to rock, and show him hell's abyss. Then started they asunder, and each turned trembling toward us, with the rest, whose ear those words redounding struck. To me my liege addressed him, speak to them whate'er thou list. And I therewith began, so may no time filch your remembrance from the thoughts of men in the upper world, but after many sons survive it, as ye tell me who ye are, and of what race ye come. Your punishment unseemly and disgustful in its kind, deter you not from opening thus much to me. Arezzo was my dwelling, answered one, and me Albero of Siena brought to die by fire, but that for which I died leads me not here. True is in sport I told him that I had learned to wing my flight in air, and he admiring much, as he was void of wisdom, willed me to declare to him the secret of mine art, and only hence, because I made him not a Daedalus, prevailed on one supposed his sire to burn me. But Minos to this chasm, last of the 10, for that I practiced alchemy on earth, has doomed me. Him no subterfuge eludes. Then to the bard I spake, was ever race light as Siena's? Sure not France herself can show a tribe so frivolous and vain. The other leprous spirit heard my words, and thus returned. Be Stricker from this charge exempted, he who knew so temperately to lay out fortune's gifts. And Niccolo, who first the spices' costly luxury discovered in that garden, where such seed roots deepest in the soil, and be that troop exempted, with whom Caccia of Asciano lavished his vineyards and wide-spreading woods, and his rare wisdom Abaliato showed a spectacle for all, that thou mayest know who seconds thee against the Sienese. Thus gladly bend this way thy sharpened sight, that well my face may answer to thy ken, so shalt thou see I am Capocchio's ghost, who forged transmuted metals by the power of alchemy. And if I scan thee right, thus needs must well remember how I aped creative nature by my subtle art. Canto XIII. What time resentment burned in Juno's breast for Semele against the Theban blood, as more than once in dire mischance was rude, such fatal frenzy seized on Athamas, that he his spouse beholding with a babe, laden on either arm. Spread out, he cried, the meshes, that I take the lioness and the young lions at the pass. Then forth stretched he his merciless talons, grasping one helpless innocent, Lurcus named, whom swinging down he dashed upon a rock, and with her other burden, self-destroyed, the hapless mother plunged. And when the pride of all presuming Troy fell from its height, by fortune overwhelmed, and the old king with his realm perished, then did Hecuba, a wretch forlorn and captive, when she saw Polyxena first slaughtered, and her son, her Polydorus, on the wild sea-beach. Next met the mourner's view, then reft of sense, did she run barking even as a dog. Such mighty power had grief to wrench her soul. Bet ne'er the furies, or of Thebes or Troy, with such fell cruelty were seen, their goads infixing in the limbs of man or beast, as now too pale and naked ghost, I saw that gnarling wildly scampered, like the swine excluded from his sty. One reached Capocchio, and in the neck joint, sticking deep his fangs, dragged him, that o'er the solid pavement rubbed his belly stretched out prone. The other shape, he of Arezzo, there left trembling, spake, that sprite of air is Shiki, in like mood of random mischief, vents he still his spite. To whom I answering, "Oh, as thou dost hope, the other may not flesh its jaws on thee. Be patient to inform us who it is, ere it speed hence." "That is the ancient soul of wretched Myrrha," he replied, "who burned with most unholy flame for her own sire, and a false shape assuming, so performed the deed of sin. E'en as the other there, that onward passes, darred to counterfeit Donati's features, to feigned testament the seal affixing, that himself might gain, for his own share, the lady of the herd. When vanished the two furious shades, on whom mine eye was held, I turned it back to view the other cursed spirits. One I saw in fashion like a lute, had but the groin been severed where it meets the forked part, swoln dropsy, disproportioning the limbs with ill-converted moisture, that the paunch suits not the visage, opened wide his lips, gasping as in the hectic man for drought, one towards the chin, the other upward curled. O ye, who in this world of misery, wherefore I know not, are exempt from pain. Thus he began, attentively regard Adamo's woe. When living full supply, ne'er lacked me of what most I coveted. One drop of water now, alas, I crave. The rills that glitter down the grassy slopes of Casentino, making fresh and soft the banks whereby they glide to Arno's stream, stand ever in my view, and not in vain. For more the pictured semblance dries me up, much more than the disease, which makes the flesh desert these shriveled cheeks, so from the place where I transgressed, stern justice urging me, takes means to quicken more my labouring sighs. There is Romina, where I falsified the metal with the Baptist's form impressed, for which on earth I left my body burnt. But if I here might see the sorrowing soul of Guido, Alessandro, or their brother, for Branda's limpid spring, I would not change the welcome sight. One is e'en now within, if truly the mad spirits tell that round are wandering. But wherein besteads me that? My limbs are fettered. Were I but so light that I each 100 years might move 1 inch, I had set forth already on this path, seeking him out amidst the shapeless crew, although 11 miles it wind, not more than half of one across. They brought me down among this tribe. Induced by them, I stamped the florins with 3 carats of alloy. Who are that abject pair, I next inquired, that closely bounding thee upon thy right lie smoking, like a band in winter steeped in the chill stream? When to this gulf I dropped, he answered, here I found them. Since that hour they have not turned, nor ever shall, I ween, till time hath run his course. One is that dame, the false accuser of the Hebrew youth, sign on the other, that false Greek from Troy. Sharp fever drains the reeky moistness out, in such a cloud upsteamed. When that he heard, one galled perchance to be so darkly named, with clenched hand smote him on the braced paunch, that like a drum resounded. But forthwith Adamo smote him on the face, the blow returning with his arm, that seemed as hard. Though my o'er weighty limbs have ta'en from me the power to move, said he, I have an arm at liberty for such employ. To whom was answered, when thou wentest to the fire, thou hadst it not so ready at command, then readier when it coined the impostor gold. And thus the drop sighed, Aye, now speak'st thou true, but there thou gav'st not such true testimony, when thou wast questioned of the truth at Troy. If I spake false, thou falsely stampedst the coin, said Sinon, I am here but for one fault, and thou for more than any imp beside. Remember, he replied, O perjured one, the horse remember, that did teem with death, and all the world be witness to thy guilt. To thine, returned the Greek, witness the thirst, whence thy tongue cracks, witness the fluid mound, reared by thy belly up before thine eyes, a mass corrupt. To whom the coiner thus, thy mouth gapes wide as ever to let pass its evil saying. Me if thirst assails, yet I am stuffed with moisture. Thou art parched, pains rack thy head, no urging wouldst thou need to make thee lap Narcissus's mirror up. I was all fixed to listen, when my guide admonished, Now beware, a little more, and I do quarrel with thee. I perceived how angrily he spake, and towards him turned with shame so poignant, as remembered yet confounds me, as a man that dreams of harm befallen him, dreaming wishes it a dream, and that which is, desires as if it were not. Such then was I, who wanting power to speak, wished to excuse myself, and all the while excused me, though unweeting that I did. More grievous fault than thine has been, less shame, my master cried, might expiate. Therefore cast all sorrow from thy soul, and if again chance bring thee, where like conference is held, think I am ever at thy side. To hear such wrangling is a joy for vulgar minds. Canto 31. The very tongue, whose keen reproof before had wounded me, that either cheek was stained, now ministered my cure. So have I heard, Achilles and his father's javelin caused pain first, and then the boon of health restored. Turning our back upon the vale of woe, W crossed the encircled mound in silence. There was twilight dim, that far long the gloom mine eye advanced not. But I heard a horn sounded aloud, the peal it blew had made the thunder feeble. Following its course, the adverse way, my strained eyes were bent on that one spot. So terrible a blast Orlando blew not, when that dismal rout o'erthrew the host of Charlemagne, and quenched his saintly warfare. Thitherward not long my head was raised, when many lofty towers methought I spied. Master, said I, what land is this? He answered straight, too long a space of intervening darkness has thine eye to traverse. Thou hast therefore widely erred in thy imagining. Thither arrived, thou well shalt see how distance can delude the sense. A little therefore urge thee on. Then tenderly he caught me by the hand. Yet know, said he, ere farther we advance, that it less strange may seem, these are not towers, but giants. In the pit they stand immersed, each from his navel downward, round the bank. As when a fog disperseth gradually, our vision traces what the mist involves, condensed in air. So piercing through the gross and gloomy atmosphere, as more and more we neared toward the brink, mine error fled, and fear came o'er me. As with circling round of turrets, Monteregion crowns his walls, e'en thus the shore, encompassing the abyss, was turreted with giants, half their length uprearing, horrible, whom Jove from heaven yet threatens, when his muttering thunder rolls. Of one already I descried the face, shoulders, and breast, and of the belly huge great part, and both arms down along his ribs, all teeming nature, when her plastic hand left framing of these monsters, did display past doubt her wisdom, taking from mad war such slaves to do his bidding, and if she repent her not of the elephant and whale, who ponders well confesses her therein wiser and more discreet. For when brute force and evil will are backed with subtlety, resistance none avails. His visage seemed in length and bulk, as doth the pine that tops St. Peter's Roman fane, and the other bones of like proportion, so that from above the bank, which girdled him below, such height arose his stature, that 3 Frieslanders had striven in vain to reach but to his hair. Full 30 ample palms was he exposed downward, from whence a man his garments loops. Raphael by Ameth Sabi Almi, so shouted his fierce lips, which sweeter hymns became not. And my guide addressed him thus, O senseless spirit, let thy horn for thee interpret, therewith vent thy rage, if rage or other passion wring thee. Search thy neck, there shalt thou find the belt that binds it on. Wild spirit, lo, upon thy mighty breast, where hangs the baldric? Then to me he spake, he doth accuse himself. Nimrod is this, through whose ill counsel in the world no more one tongue prevails. But pass we on, nor waste our words, for so each language is to him, as his to others, understood by none. Then to the leftward turning sped we forth, and at a sling's throw found another shade, far fiercer and more huge. I cannot say what master hand had girt him, but he held behind the right arm fettered, and before the other with a chain that fastened him from the neck down, and 5 times round his form apparent met the wreathed links. This proud one would of his strength against almighty Jove make trial, said my guide, whence he is thus requited. Ephialtes him they call. Great was his prowess, when the giants brought fear on the gods. Those arms which then he piled, now moves he never. Forthwith I returned. Fain would I, if it were possible, mine eyes of Briareus immeasurable gained experience next. He answered, Thou shalt see not far from hence Antaeus, who both speaks and is unfettered, who shall place us there, where guilt is at its depth. Far onward stands whom thou wouldst fain behold in chains, and made like to this spirit, save that in his looks more fell he seems. By violent earthquake rocked, ne'er shook a tower, so reeling to its base, as Ephialtes. More than ever then I dreaded death, nor than the terror more had needed, if I had not seen the cords that held him fast. We, straightway journeying on, came to Antaeus, who 5 ells complete without the head, forth issued from the cave. O thou, who in the fortunate vale, that made great Scipio heir of glory, when his sword drove back the troop of Hannibal in flight, who thence of old didst carry for thy spoil 100 lions, and if thou hadst fought in the high conflict on thy brethren's side, seems as men yet believed that through thine arm the sons of earth had conquered, now vouchsafe to place us down beneath, where numbing cold locks up Cocytus. Force not that we crave, or Titius's help, or Typhon's. Here is one can give what in this realm ye covet. Stoop therefore, nor scornfully distort thy lip. He in the upper world can yet bestow renown on thee, for he doth live, and looks for life yet longer, if before the time grace call him not unto herself. Thus spake the teacher. He in haste forth stretched his hands, and caught my guide. Alcides whilom felt that grapple straightened score. Soon as my guide had felt it, he bespake me thus, This way that I may clasp thee. Then so caught me up, that we were both one burden. As appears the tower of Caracenda, from beneath where it doth lean, if chance a passing cloud so sail across, that opposite it hangs. Such then Antaeus seemed, as at mine ease I marked him stooping. I were fain at times to have passed another way. Yet in the abyss, that Lucifer with Judas low ingulfs, lightly he placed us, nor there leaning stayed, but rose as in a bark the stately mast. Canto 32. Could I command rough rhymes and horse to suit that hole of sorrow, o'er which every rock his firm abutment rears, then might the vein of fancy rise full springing, but not mine, such measures and with faltering oar I touch the mighty theme, for to describe the depth of all the universe is no emprise to jest with, and demands a tongue not used to infant babbling. But let them assist my song, the tuneful maidens, by whose aid Amphion walled in Thebes, so with the truth my speech shall best accord. O ill-starred folk, beyond all others wretched, who abide in such a mansion as scarce thought finds words to speak of, better had ye here on earth been flocks or mountain goats. As down we stood in the dark pit beneath the giants' feet, but lower far than they, and I did gaze still on the lofty battlement, a voice bespoke me thus, Look how thou walkest, take good heed, thy souls do tread not on the heads of thy poor brethren. Thereupon I turned, and saw before and underneath my feet a lake, whose frozen surface liker seemed to glass than water. Not so thick a veil in winter air hath Austrian Danube spread o'er his still course, nor Tanis far remote under the chilling sky. Rolled o'er that mass had Tabernic or Pietrapanna fallen, not e'en its rim had creaked, as peeps the frog croaking above the wave, what time in dreams the village gleaner oft pursues her toil, so to where modest shame appears, thus low blue pinched and shrinned in ice the spirits stood, moving their teeth in shrill note like the stork. His face each downward held, their mouth the cold, their eyes expressed the dolour of their heart. A space I looked around, then at my feet saw two so strictly joined, that of their head the very hairs were mingled. Tell me ye, whose bosoms thus together press, said I, who are ye? At that sound their necks they bent, and when their looks were lifted up to me, straightway their eyes, before all moist within, distilled upon their lips, and the frost bound the tears betwixt those orbs and held them there. Plank unto plank hath never cramp closed up so stoutly. Whence like two enraged goats they clashed together, them such fury seized. And one, from whom the cold both ears had reft, exclaimed, still looking downward, "Why on us dost speculate so long? If thou wouldst know who are these two, the valley, whence his wave Bisenzio slopes, did for its master own their sire Alberto, and next him themselves. They from one body issued, and throughout Cana thou mayest search, nor find a shade more worthy in congealment to be fixed, not him whose breast and shadow Arthur's land. At that one blow dissevered, not Focaccia, no, not this spirit, whose o'er-jutting head obstructs my onward view. He bore the name of Mascaroni. Tuscan if thou be, well knowest who he was. And to cut short all further question, in my form behold what once was Camicione. I await Carlino here, my kinsman, whose deep guilt shall wash out mine. 1,000 visages then marked I, which the keen and eager cold had shaped into a doggish grin. Whence creeps a shivering horror o'er me at the thought of those frore shallows. While we journeyed on toward the middle, at whose point unites all heavy substance, and I trembling went through that eternal chillness, I know not if will it were or destiny or chance, but passing midst the heads, my foot did strike with violent blow against the face of one. Wherefore dost bruise me? Weeping he exclaimed, unless thy errand be some fresh revenge for Monteperto, wherefore troublest me? I thus, instructor, now await me here, that I through him may rid me of my doubt. Thenceforth, what haste thou wilt. The teacher paused, and to that shade I spake, who bitterly still cursed me in his wrath. What art thou speak, that railest thus on others? He replied, now who art thou, that smiting others' cheeks through Antenora roamest, with such force as were past sufferance, wert thou living still? And I am living to thy joy perchance, was my reply, if fame be dear to thee, that with the rest I may thy name enroll. The contrary of what I covet most, said he, thou tendest, hence, nor vex me more. Ill knowest thou to flatter in this vale. Then seizing on his hinder scalp, I cried, name thee, or not a hair shall tarry here. Rend all away, he answered, yet for that I will not tell, nor show thee who I am, though at my head thou pluck 1,000 times. Now I had grasped his tresses and stripped off more than one tuft, he barking, with his eyes drawn in and downward, when another cried, what ails thee, Bocca? Sound not loud enough thy chattering teeth, but thou must bark outright. What devil rings thee? Now, said I, be dumb, accursed traitor, to thy shame of thee, true tidings will I bear. Off, he replied, tell what thou list, but as thou escape from hence, to speak of him whose tongue hath been so glib, forget not, here he wails the Frenchman's gold. Him of Duera, thou canst say, I marked, where the starved sinners pine. If thou be asked what other shade was with them, at thy side is Beccaria, whose red gorge disdained the biting axe of Florence. Farther on, if I misdeem not, Soldanieri bides, with Ganelon and Tribaldello, him who opt Faenza when the people slept. We now had left him, passing on our way, when I beheld 2 spirits by the ice-pent in one hollow, that the head of one was cowl unto the other, and as bread is ravened up through hunger, the uppermost did so apply his fangs to the other's brain, where the spine joins it. Not more furiously on Menalippus's temples Tydeus gnawed, than on that skull and on its garbage he. O thou who show'st so beastly sign of hate 'gainst him thou pray'st on, let me hear, said I, the cause on such condition that if right warrant thy grievance, knowing who ye are, and what the colour of his sinning was, I may repay thee in the world above, if that wherewith I speak be moist so long. Canto 33. His jaws uplifting from their fell repast, that sinner whipped them on the hairs of the head, which he behind had mangled, then began. Thy will obeying, I call up a fresh sorrow past cure, which but to think of wrings my heart, or ere I tell on't. But if words that I may utter shall prove seed to bear fruit of eternal infamy to him, the traitor whom I gnaw at, thou at once shalt see me speak and weep. Who thou mayest be I know not, nor how here below art come. But Florentine thou seemest of a truth, when I do hear thee. Know I was on earth Count Ugolino, and the Archbishop he Ruggieri. Why I neighbour him so close, now list, that through effect of his ill thoughts, in him my trust reposing, I was ta'en, and after murdered, need is not I tell. What therefore thou canst not have heard, that is, how cruel was the murder, shalt thou hear, and know if he have wronged me. A small grate within that mew, which for my sake the name of famine bears, where others yet must pine, already through its opening several moons had shown me, when I slept the evil sleep, that from the future tore the curtain off. This one, methought, as master of the sport, rode forth to chase the gaunt wolf and his whelps unto the mountain, which forbids the sight of lucre to the Pisan. With lean brachs inquisitive and keen, before him ranged Lanfranchi with Sismondi and Gualandi. After short course, the father and the sons seemed tired and lagging, and methought I saw the sharp tusks gore their sides. When I awoke before the dawn, amid their sleep I heard my sons, for they were with me, weep and ask for bread. Right cruel art thou, if no pang thou feel at thinking what my heart foretold. And if not now, why use thy tears to flow? Now had they wakened, and the hour drew near when they were wont to bring us food. The mind of each misgave him through his dream, and I heard, at its outlet underneath, locked up the horrible tower, whence uttering not a word I looked upon the visage of my sons. I wept not, so all stone I felt within. They wept, and one, my little Anselm, cried, Thou lookest so, Father, what ails thee? Yet I shed no tear, nor answered all that day nor the next night, until another sun came out upon the world, when a faint beam had to our doleful prison made its way, and in 4 countenances I descried the image of my own, on either hand through agony I bit, and they who thought I did it through desire of feeding, rose o' the sudden, and cried, Father, we should grieve far less, if thou wouldst eat of us. Thou gav'st these weeds of miserable flesh we wear, and do thou strip them off from us again. Then, not to make them sadder, I kept down my spirit in stillness. That day and the next, we all were silent. Ah, obdurate earth, why open'st not upon us? When we came to the 4th day, then Geddo at my feet outstretched did fling him, crying, Hast no help for me, my father? There he died, and e'en plainly as thou seest me, saw I the 3 fall one by one, twixt the 5th day and 6th. Whence I betook me, now grown blind, to grope over them all, and for 3 days aloud called on them who were dead. Then fasting got the mastery of grief. Thus, having spoke, once more upon the wretched skull his teeth he fastened, like a mastiff's, 'gainst the bone firm and unyielding. O thou Pisa, shame of all the people who their dwelling make in that fair region where the Italian voice is heard, since that thy neighbours are so slack to punish, from their deep foundations rise Capraia and Gorgona, and dam up the mouth of Arno, that each soul in thee may perish in the waters. What if fame reported that thy castles were betrayed by Ugolino? Yet no right hadst thou to stretch his children on the rack. For them, Brigata, Ugacione, and the pair of gentle ones, of whom my song hath told, their tender years, thou modern Thebes, did make uncapable of guilt. Onward we passed, where others scarfed in rugged folds of ice, not on their feet were turned, but each reversed. There very weeping suffers not to weep, for at their eyes grief-seeking passage finds impediment, and rolling inward turns for increase of sharp anguish. The first tears hang clustered, and like crystal visors show, under the socket brimming all the cup. Now though the cold had from my face dislodged, each feeling as 'twere callous, yet meseemed some breath of wind I felt. Whence cometh this, said I, my master? Is not here below all vapour quenched? Thou shalt be speedily, he answered, where thine eye shall tell thee whence the cause descrying of this airy shower. Then cried out one in the chill crust, who mourned, O souls so cruel, that the farthest post hath been assigned you, from this face remove the hardened veil, that I may vent the grief impregnate at my heart, some little space ere it congeal again. I thus replied, Say who thou wast, if thou wouldst have mine aid, and if I extricate thee not, far down as to the lowest ice may I descend. The friar Alberigo, answered he, am I, who from the evil garden plucked its fruitage, and am here repaid, the date more luscious for my fig. Ha, I exclaimed, art thou too dead? How in the world aloft it fareth with my body, answered he, I am right ignorant. Such privilege hath Ptolemaea, that ofttimes the soul drops hither ere by Atropos divorced, and that thou mayest wipe out more willingly the glazed teardrops that o'erlay mine eyes, know that the soul, that moment she betrays, as I did, yields her body to a fiend, who after moves and governs it at will, till all its time be rounded. Headlong she falls to this cistern, and perchance above doth yet appear the body of a ghost, who here behind me winters. Him thou knowst, if thou but newly art arrived below. The years are many that have passed away, since to this fastness Brancadoria came. Now, answered I, methinks thou mockest me, for Brancadoria never yet hath died, but doth all natural functions of a man, eats, drinks, and sleeps, and putteth raiment on. He thus, not yet unto that upper fosse by the evil talons guarded, where the pitch tenacious boils, had Michael Zanche reached, when this one left a demon in his stead, in his own body, and of one his kin, who with him treachery wrought. But now put forth thy hand, and ope mine eyes. I oped them not. Ill manners were best courtesy to him. Ah, Genoese, men perverse in every way, with every foulness stained, why from the earth are ye not cancelled? Such an one of yours I with Romagna's darkest spirit found, as for his doings even now in soul, is in Cocytus plunged, and yet doth seem in body still alive upon the earth. Canto 34. The banners of hell's monarch do come forth towards us. Therefore look, so spake my guide, if thou discern him, as when breathes a cloud heavy and dense, or when the shades of night fall on our hemisphere, seems viewed from far a windmill, which the blast stirs briskly round. Such was the fabric then methought I saw, to shield me from the wind. Forthwith I drew behind my guide, no covert else was there. Now came I, and with fear I bid my strain record the marvel, where the souls were all whelmed underneath, transparent as through glass pellucid the frail stem. Some prone were laid, others stood upright, this upon the souls, that on his head, a third with face to feet, arched like a bow. When to the point we came, whereat my guide was pleased that I should see the creature eminent in beauty once, he from before me stepped, and made me pause. Lo, he exclaimed, lo this, and lo the place, where thou hast need to arm thy heart with strength. How frozen and how faint I then became, ask me not, reader, for I write it not, since words would fail to tell thee of my state. I was not dead nor living. Think thyself if quick conception work in thee at all, how I did feel. That emperor, who sways the realm of sorrow, at mid-breast from the ice stood forth. And I in stature am more like a giant than the giants are in his arms. Mark now how great that whole must be, which suits with such a part. If he were beautiful as he is hideous now, and yet did dare to scowl upon his Maker, well from him may all our mystery flow. Oh, what a sight! How passing strange it seemed, when I did spy upon his head 3 faces, one in front of hue vermilion, the other 2 with this midway, each shoulder joined, and at the crest. The right twixt wan and yellow seemed, the left to look on, such as come from whence old Nile stoops to the lowlands. Under each shot forth 2 mighty wings, enormous as became a bird so vast. Sails never such I saw outstretched on the wide sea. No plumes had they, but were in texture like a bat, and these he flapped i' the air, that from him issued still 3 winds, wherewith Cocytus to its depth was frozen. At 6 eyes he wept, the tears adown 3 chins distilled with bloody foam. At every mouth his teeth a sinner champed, bruised as with ponderous engine, so that 3 were in this guise tormented. But far more than from that gnawing was the foremost panged by the fierce rending, whence ofttimes the back was stripped of all its skin. That upper spirit, who hath worse punishment, so spake my guide, is Judas, he that hath his head within, and plies the feet without. Of the other two, whose heads are under, from the murky jaw who hangs, is Brutus. Lo, how he doth writhe and speaks not. The other Cassius, that appears so large of limb. But night now reascends, and it is time for parting. All is seen. I clipped him round the neck, for so he bade, and noting time and place, he, when the wings enough were oped, caught fast the shaggy sides, and down from pile to pile, descending stepped between the thick fell and the jagged ice. Soon as he reached the point, whereat the thigh upon the swelling of the haunches turns, my leader there with pain and struggling hard, turned round his head, where his feet stood before, and grappled at the fell, as one who mounts, that into hell methought we turned again. Expect that by such stairs as these, thus spake the teacher, panting like a man forespent, we must depart from evil so extreme. Then at a rocky opening issued forth, and placed me on a brink to sit, next joined with wary step my side. I raised mine eyes, believing that I Lucifer should see where he was lately left, but saw him now with legs held upward. Let the grosser sort, who see not what the point was I had passed, bethink them if sore toil oppressed me then. Arise, my master cried, upon thy feet. The way is long, and much uncouth the road. And now within 1 hour and half of noon the sun returns. It was no palace hall lofty and luminous wherein we stood, but natural dungeon where ill footing was, and scant supply of light. Ere from the abyss I separate, thus when risen I began, my guide, vouchsafe few words to set me free from error's thraldom. Where is now the ice? How standeth he in posture thus reversed? And how from eve to morn in space so brief hath the sun made his transit? He in few thus answering spake, Thou deemest thou art still on the other side the centre, where I grasped the abhorred worm that boreth through the world. Thou wast on the other side, so long as I descended. When I turned, thou didst past that point, to which from every part is dragged all heavy substance. Thou art now arrived under the hemisphere opposed to that, which the great continent doth overspread, and underneath whose canopy expired the man that was born sinless and so lived. Thy feet are planted on the smallest sphere, whose other aspect is Judeca. Morn here rises, when their evening sets, and he, whose shaggy pile was scaled, yet standeth fixed as at the first. On this part he fell down from heaven, and the earth, here prominent before, through fear of him did veil her with the sea, and to our hemisphere retired. Perchance to shun him was the vacant space left here by what of firm land on this side appears, that sprang aloof. There is a place beneath, from Beelzebub as distant, as extends the vaulted tomb, discovered not by sight, but by the sound of brooklet, that descends this way along the hollow of a rock, which as it winds with no precipitous course, the wave hath eaten. By that hidden way, my guide and I did enter, to return to the fair world, and heedless of repose we climbed, he first, I following his steps, till on our view the beautiful lights of heaven dawned through a circular opening in the cave. Thus issuing we again beheld the stars. Purgatory. Canto Uno. O'er better waves to speed her rapid course. The light bark of my genius lifts the sail, well pleased to leave so cruel sea behind, and of that second region will I sing, in which the human spirit from sinful blot is purged, and for ascent to heaven prepares. Here, O ye hallowed nine, for in your train I follow, here the deadened strain revive. Nor let Calliope refuse to sound a somewhat higher song, of that loud tone, which when the wretched birds of chattering note had heard, they of forgiveness lost all hope. Sweet hue of eastern sapphire, that was spread o'er the serene aspect of the pure air, high up as the first circle, to mine eyes unwonted joy renewed, soon as I scapt forth from the atmosphere of deadly gloom, that had mine eyes and bosom filled with grief. the radiant planet that to love invites, made all the Orient laugh, and veiled beneath the Pisces light that in his escort came. To the right hand I turned, and fixed my mind on the other pole attentive, where I saw 4 stars ne'er seen before, save by the ken of our first parents. Heaven of their rays seemed joyous. O thou northern sight, bereft indeed, and widowed, since of these deprived. As from this view I had desisted, straight turning a little towards the other pole, there from whence now the wane had disappeared, I saw an old man standing by my side alone, so worthy of reverence in his look, that ne'er from son to father more was owed. Low down his beard and mixed with hoary white descended like his locks, which parting fell upon his breast in double fold. The beams of those 4 luminaries on his face so brightly shone, and with such radiance clear decked it, that I beheld him as the sun. Say, who are ye, that stemming the blind stream, forth from the eternal prison house have fled? He spoke and moved those venerable plumes. Who hath conducted, or with lantern sure, lights you emerging from the depth of night that makes the infernal valley ever black? Are the firm statutes of the dread abyss broken, or in high heaven new laws ordained, that thus, condemned, ye to my caves approach? My guide, then laying hold on me, by words and intimations given with hand and head, made my bent knees and I submissive pay due reverence, then thus to him replied, Not of myself I come, a dame from heaven descending had besought me in my charge to bring. But since thy will implies that more our true condition I unfold at large, mine is not to deny thee thy request. This mortal ne'er hath seen the farthest gloom, but erring by his folly had approached so near that little space was left to turn. Then, as before I told, I was dispatched to work his rescue, and no way remained, save this which I have ta'en. I have displayed before him all the regions of the bad, and purpose now those spirits to display that under thy command are purged from sin. How I have brought him would be long to say. From high descends the virtue, by whose aid I to thy sight and hearing him have led. Now may our coming please thee. In the search of liberty he journeys, that how dear they know, who for her sake have life refused. Thou knowest, to whom death for her was sweet in Utica, where thou didst leave those weeds, that in the last great day will shine so bright. For us the eternal edicts are unmoved. He breathes, and I am free of Minos' power, abiding in that circle, where the eyes of thy chaste Marcia beam, who still in look praise thee, O hallowed spirit, to own her shine. Then by her love we implore thee, let us pass through thy 7 regions. For which best thanks I for thy favour will to her return, if mentioned there below thou not disdain. Marcia so pleasing in my sight was found, he then to him rejoined, while I was there, that all she asked me I was fain to grant. Now that beyond the accursed stream she dwells, she may no longer move me by that law which was ordained me when I issued thence. Not so if dame from heaven, as thou sayest, moves and directs thee, then no flattery needs. Enough for me that in her name thou ask. Go therefore now, and with a slender reed. See that thou duly gird him, and his face lave, till all sordid stain thou wipe from thence. For not with eye, by any cloud obscured, would it be seemly before him to come, who stands the foremost minister in heaven. This islet all around, there far beneath, where the wave beats it, on the oozy bed, produces store of reeds. No other plant, covered with leaves, or hardened in its stalk. There lives, not bending to the water's sway. After, this way return not, but the sun will show you that now rises, where to take the mountain in its easiest ascent. He disappeared, and I myself upraised speechless, and to my guide retiring close, toward him turned mine eyes. He thus began, My son, observant thou my steps pursue. We must retreat to rearward, for that way the champaign to its low extreme declines. The dawn had chased the matin hour of prime, which deaf before it, so that from afar I spied the trembling of the ocean stream. We traversed the deserted plain, as one who, wandered from his track, thinks every step trodden in vain till he regain the path. When we had come, where yet the tender dew strove with the sun, and in a place where fresh the wind breathed o'er it, while it slowly dried, both hands extended on the watery grass my master placed, in graceful act and kind. Whence I, of his intent before apprised, stretched out to him my cheeks suffused with tears. There to my visage he anew restored that hue which the dun shades of hell concealed. Then on the solitary shore arrived, that never sailing on its waters saw man, that could after measure back his course, he girt me in such manner as had pleased him who instructed, and oh, strange to tell, as he selected every humble plant, wherever one was plucked, another there resembling, straightway in its place arose. Canto dos. Now had the sun to that horizon reached, that covers with the most exalted point of its meridian circle, Salem's walls, and night that opposite to him her orb sounds, from the stream of Ganges issued forth, holding the scales, that from her hands are dropped, when she reigns highest, so that where I was, Aurora's white and vermeil tinctured cheek to orange turned as she in age increased. Meanwhile we lingered by the water's brink, like men who, musing on their road, in thought journey while motionless the body rests. When lo, as near upon the hour of dawn, through the thick vapours Mars with fiery beam glares down in west, over the ocean floor, so seemed, what once again I hoped to view, a light so swiftly coming through the sea, no winged course might equal its career, from which when for a space I had withdrawn thine eyes, to make inquiry of my guide, again I looked and saw it grown in size and brightness. Thou on either side appeared something, but what I knew not of bright hue, and by degrees from underneath it came another. My preceptor silent yet stood, while the brightness that we first discerned opened the form of wings. Then when he knew the pilot, cried aloud, Down, down, bend low thy knees, behold God's angel, fold thy hands, now shalt thou see true ministers indeed. Lo, how all human means he sets at naught, so that nor oar he needs, nor other sail except his wings, between such distant shores. Lo, how straight up to heaven he holds them reared, winnowing the air with those eternal plumes, that not like mortal hairs fall off or change. As more and more toward us came, more bright appeared the bird of God, nor could the eye endure his splendour near. I mine bent down, he drove ashore in a small bark, so swift and light that in its course no wave it drank. The heavenly steersman at the prow was seen, visibly written blessed in his looks. Within 100 spirits and more there sat, in exitu Israel de Egypto. All with one voice together sang, with what in the remainder of that hymn is writ. Then soon as with the sign of Holy Cross he blessed them, they at once leaped out on land, the swiftly as he came returned. The crew, there left, appeared astounded with the place, gazing around as one who sees new sights. From every side the sun darted his beams, and with his arrowy radiance from mid-heaven had chased the Capricorn, when that strange tribe, lifting their eyes towards us. If ye know, declare what path will lead us to the mount. Them Virgil answered, Ye suppose perchance us well acquainted with this place, but here we, as yourselves, are strangers. Not long erst we came, before you but a little space, by other road so rough and hard that now the ascent will seem to us as play. The spirits, who from my breathing had perceived I lived, grew pale with wonder, as the multitude flock round a herald sent with olive branch to hear what news he brings, and in their haste tread one another down. E'en so at sight of me those happy spirits were fixed, each one forgetful of its errand to depart, where cleansed from sin it might be made all fair. Then one I saw darting before the rest, with such fond ardour to embrace me, I to do the like was moved. O shadows vain except in outward semblance, thrice my hands I clasped behind it, they as oft returned empty into my breast again. Surprise I needs must think was painted in my looks, for that the shadow smiled and backward drew. To follow it I hastened, but with voice of sweetness it enjoined me to desist. Then who it was I knew, and prayed of it. To talk with me it would a little pause. It answered, Thee as in my mortal frame I loved, so loosed forth it I love thee still, and therefore pause. But why walkest thou here? Not without purpose once more to return, thou findest me, my Casella, where I am journeying this way. I said, But how of thee hath so much time been lost? He answered straight, No outrage hath been done to me, if he, who when and whom he chooses takes. Me oft this passage hath denied, since of just will his will he makes. These 3 months past indeed, he, who's chose to enter, with free leave hath taken. Whence I wandering by the shore, where Tiber's wave grows salt, of him gained kind admittance at that river's mouth, towered which his wings are pointed, for there always throng all such as not to Archeron descend. Then I, if new laws have not quite destroyed memory and use of that sweet song of love, that while all my cares had power to swage, please thee with it a little to console my spirit, that encumbered with its frame, travelling so far, of pain is overcome. Love that discourses in my thoughts. He then began in such soft accents that within the sweetness thrills me yet. My gentle guide and all who came with him so well were pleased, that seemed naught else might in their thoughts have room. Fast fixed in mute attention to his notes, we stood when lo, that old man venerable, exclaiming, How is this, ye tardy spirits? What negligence detains you loitering here? Run to the mountain to cast off those scales that from your eyes the sight of God conceal. As a wild flock of pigeons, to their food collected, blade or tears, without their pride accustomed, and in still and quiet sort, if aught alarm them, suddenly desert their meal, assailed by more important care. So I that new-come troop beheld, the song deserting, hasten to the mountain's side, as one who goes yet where he tends knows not, nor with less hurried step did we depart. Canto 3. Them sudden flight had scattered over the plain, turned towards the mountain, whither reason's voice drives us. I to my faithful company adhering, left it not. For how of him deprived might I have sped, or who beside would o'er the mountainous tract have led my steps? He with the bitter pang of self-remorse seemed smitten. O clear conscience and upright, how doth a little fling wound thee sore? Soon as his feet desisted, slackening pace, from haste that mars all decency of act, my mind, that in itself before was wrapt, its thoughts expanded, as with joy restored. And full against the steep ascent I set my face, where highest to heaven its top o'erflows. The sun that flared behind with ruddy beam before my form was broken, for in me his rays resistance met. I turned aside with fear of being left, when I beheld only before myself the ground obscured. When thus my solace, turning him around, bespake me kindly, Why distrustest thou? Believest not I am with thee, thy sure guide? It now is evening there, where buried lies the body in which I cast a shade, removed to Naples from Brundusium's wall. Nor thou marvel, if before me no shadow fall, more than that in the sky element one ray obstructs not other, to endure torments of heat and cold extreme, like frames that virtue hath disposed, which how it works, wills not to us should be revealed. Insane who hopes, our reason may that space explore, which holds 3 persons in one substance knit. Seek not the wherefore, race of humankind. Could ye have seen the whole, no need had been for Mary to bring forth. Moreover, ye have seen such men desiring fruitlessly, to whose desires repose would have been given, that now but serve them for eternal grief. I speak of Plato and the Stagirite, and others many more. And then he bent downwards his forehead, and in troubled mood broke off his speech. Meanwhile we had arrived far as the mountain's foot, and there the rock found of so steep ascent that nimblest steps to climb it had been vain. The most remote, most wild, untrodden path in all the tract, twixt Laris and Turbia, were to this a ladder easy and open of access. Who knows on which hand now the steep declines? My master said and paused, so that he may ascend, who journeys without aid of wine. And while with looks directed to the ground, the meaning of the pathway he explored, and I gazed upward round the stony height of spirits that toward us moved their steps, yet moving seemed not, they so slow approached. I thus my guide addressed, upraise thine eyes, lo that way some, of whom thou mayst obtain counsel, if of thyself thou findest it not. Straightway he looked, and with free speech replied, Let us tend thither, they but softly come, and thou be firm in hope, my son beloved. Now was that people distant far in space, 1,000 paces behind ours, as much as at a throw the nervous arm could fling, when all drew backward on the messy crags of the steep bank, and firmly stood unmoved as one who walks in doubt might stand to look. O spirits perfect, O already chosen! Virgil to them began, by that blessed peace, which, as I deem, is for you all prepared, instruct us where the mountain low declines, so that attempt to mount it be not vain, for who knows most, him loss of time most grieves. As sheep that step from forth their fold, by one, or pairs, or three at once. Meanwhile the rest stand fearfully, bending the eye and nose to ground, and what the foremost does, that do the others, gathering round her, if she stops, simple and quiet, nor the cause discern. So saw I moving to advance the first, who of that fortunate crew were at the head, of modest mien and graceful in their gait. When they before me had beheld the light from my right side fall broken on the ground, so that the shadow reached the cave, they stopped and somewhat back retired. The same did all who followed, though unweeting of the cause. Unasked of you, yet freely I confess, this is a human body which ye see. That the sun's light is broken on the ground, marvel not, but believe that not without virtue derived from heaven, we to climb over this wall aspire. So then bespake my master, and that virtuous tribe rejoined. Turn, and before you there the entrance lies, making a signal to us with bent hands. Then of them one began, Whoe'er thou art, who journeyst thus this way, thy visage turn, think if me elsewhere thou hast ever seen. I turned towards him, and with fixed eye beheld. Comely and fair and gentle of aspect, he seemed, but on one brow a gash was marked. When humbly I disclaimed to have beheld him ever, Now behold, he said, and showed high on his breast a wound, then smiling spake, I am Manfredi, grandson to the Queen Costanza, whence I pray thee, when returned, to my fair daughter go, the parent glad of Aragonia and Sicilia's pride, and of the truth inform her, if of me aught else be told. When by 2 mortal blows my frame was shattered, I betook myself weeping to him, who of free will forgives. My sins were horrible, but so wide arms hath goodness infinite, that it receives all who turn to it. Had this text divine been of Cosenza's shepherd, better scanned, who then by Clement on my hunt was set. Yet at the bridge's head my bones had lain, near Benevento, by the heavy mole protected. But the rain now drenches them, and the wind drives out of the kingdom's bounds, far as the stream of Verde, where, with lights extinguished, he removed them from their bed. Yet by their curse we are not so destroyed, but that the eternal love may turn, while hope retains her verdant blossoms. True it is that such one as in contumacy dies against the Holy Church, though he repent, must wander 30-fold for all the time in his presumption past. If such decree be not by prayers of good men shorter made, look therefore if thou canst advance my bliss, revealing to my good Costanza how thou hast beheld me, and beside the terms laid on me of that interdict. For here, by means of those below, much profit comes. Canto Quattro. When by sensations of delight or pain that any of our faculties hath seized, entire the soul collects herself, it seems she is intent upon that power alone, and thus the error is disproved, which holds the soul not singly lighted in the breast, and therefore, when as aught is heard or seen, that firmly keeps the soul toward it turned, time passes, and a man perceives it not. For that, whereby he hearken, is one power, another that, which the whole spirit hash. This is as it were bound, while that is free. This found I true by proof, hearing that spirit and wondering. For full 50 steps aloft, the sun had measured unobserved of me. When we arrived where all with one accord, the spirits shouted, "Here is what ye ask." A larger aperture oft-times is stopped with forked stake of thorn by villager. When the ripe grape imbrowns, then was the path, by which my guide and I behind him close, ascended solitary, when that troop departing left us. On San Leo's road, who journeys, or to Noli low descends, or mounts Bismantua's height, must use his feet. But here a man had need to fly, I mean with the swift wing and plumes of high desire, conducted by his aid, who gave me hope, and with light furnished to direct my way. We through the broken rock ascended, close pent on each side, while underneath the ground asked help of hands and feet. When we arrived near on the highest ridge of the steep bank, where the plain level opened, I exclaimed, "O master, say which way can we proceed?" He answered, "Let no step of thine recede. Behind me gain the mountain, till to us some practised guide appear." That eminence was lofty, that no eye might reach its point, and the side proudly rising, more than line from the mid-quadrant to the centre drawn. I wearied thus began, "Parent beloved, turn and behold how I remain alone, if thou stay not." "My son," he straight replied, "thus far put forth thy strength," and to a track pointed, that on this side projecting, round circles the hill. His words so spurred me on, that I behind him clamouring, forced myself, till my feet pressed the circuit plain beneath. There both together seated, turned we round to eastward, whence was our ascent, and oft many beside have with delight looked back. First on the nether shores I turned my eyes, then raised them to the sun, and wondering marked that from the left it smote us. Soon perceived that poet sage, now at the car of light amazed I stood, where twixt us and the north its course it entered. Whence he thus to me, "Were leader's offspring now in company of that broad mirror that high up and low imparts his light beneath, thou mightest behold the ruddy zodiac nearer to the bear's wheel, if its ancient course it not forsook. How that may be, if thou wouldst think. Within pondering, imagine Sion with this mount placed on the earth, so that to both be one horizon and two hemispheres apart. Where lies the path that Phaeton ill knew to guide his erring chariot? Thou wilt see how of necessity by this on one he passes, while by that on the other side, if with clear view shine intellect attend." "Of truth, kind teacher," I exclaimed, "so clear aught saw I never, as I now discern, where seemed my ken to fail, that the mid-orb of the supernal motion, which in terms of art is called the equator, and remains ever between the sun and winter, for the cause thou hast assigned, from hence toward the north departs, when those who in the Hebrew land inhabit see it towards the warmer part. But if it please thee, I would gladly know how far we have to journey, for the hill mounts higher than this sight of mine can mount." He thus to me, "Such is this steep ascent, that it is ever difficult at first, but more a man proceeds, less evil grows. When pleasant it shall seem to thee, so much that upward going shall be easy to thee, as in a vessel to go down the tide, then of this path thou wilt have reached the end. There hope to rest thee from thy toil, no more I answer, and thus far for certain know." As he his words had spoken, near to us a voice there sounded, "Yet ye first perchance may to repose you by constraint be led." At sound thereof each turned, and on the left a huge stone we beheld, of which nor I nor he before was ware. Thither we drew, find there were some, who in the shady place behind the rock were standing, as a man through idleness might stand. Among them one, who seemed to me much wearied, sat him down, and with his arms did fold his knees about, holding his face between them downward bent. "Sweet sir," I cried, "behold that man who shows himself more idle than if laziness were sister to him." Straight he turned to us, and, o'er the thigh lifting his face, observed, Then in these accents spake, Up then, proceed thou valiant one. Straight who it was I knew, nor could the pain I felt, for want of breath still somewhat urged me, hinder my approach. And when I came to him, he scarce his head uplifted, saying, Well hast thou discerned how from the left the sun his chariot leads. His lazy acts and broken words my lips to laughter somewhat moved. When I began, Belacqua, now for thee I grieve no more, but tell why thou art seated upright there. Waitest thou escort to conduct thee hence? Or blame I only shine accustomed ways? Then he, My brother, of what use to mount, when to my suffering would not let me pass the bird of God, who at the portal sits, behooves so long that heaven first bear me round without its limits, as in life it bore, because I to the end repentant sighs delayed, if prayer do not aid me first, that riseth up from heart which lives in grace. What other kind avails, not heard in heaven? Before me now the poet up the mount ascending cried, Haste thee, for see the sun has touched the point meridian, and the night now covers with her foot Morocco's shore. Canto 5. Now had I left those spirits and pursued the steps of my conductor, when beheld pointing the finger at me, one exclaimed, See how it seems as if the light not shone from the left hand of him beneath, and he, as living, seems to be led on. Mine eyes I at that sound reverting, saw them gaze through wonder first at me, and then at me, and the light broken underneath by turns. Why are thy thoughts thus riveted, my guide exclaimed, that thou hast slacked thy pace? Or how imports it thee, what thing is whispered here? Come after me, and to their babblings leave the crowd. Be as a tower that firmly set, shakes not its top for any blast that blows. He, in whose bosom thought on thought shoots out, still of his aim is wide, in that the one sicklies and wastes to naught the other's strength. What other could I answer, save I come? I said it, somewhat with that colour tinged, which ofttimes pardon meriteth for man. Meanwhile, traverse along the hill, there came, a little way before us, some who sang the Miserere in responsive strains. When they perceived that through my body I gave way not for the rays to pass, their song straight to a long and hoarse exclaim they changed. And two of them, in guise of messengers, ran on to meet us, and inquiring asked, Of your condition we would gladly learn. To them my guide, Ye may return, and bear tidings to them who sent you, that his frame is real flesh. If, as I deem, to view his shade they paused, enough is answered them. Him let them honour, they may prize him well. Ne'er saw I fiery vapours with such speed cut through the serene air at fall of night, nor August's clouds athwart the setting sun, that upward these did not in shorter space return, and there arriving, with the rest wheel back on us, as with loose rein a troop. Many, exclaimed the bard, are these who throng around us, to petition thee they come. Go therefore on, and listen as thou goest. O spirit, who goest on to blessedness with the same limbs that clad thee at thy birth. Shouting they came, a little rest thy step. Look if thou anyone amongst our tribe hast e'er beheld, that tidings of him there thou mayest report. Ah, wherefore goest thou on? Ah, wherefore tarriest thou not? We all by violence died, and to our latest hour were sinners, but then warned by light from heaven, so that, repenting and forgiving, we did issue out of life at peace with God, who with desire to see him fills our heart. Then I, the visages of all I scan, yet none of ye remember. But if aught that I can do may please you, gentle spirits, speak, and I will perform it, by that peace which on the steps of guide so excellent, following from world to world, intent I seek. In answer he began, None here distrusts thy kindness, though not promised with an oath, so as the will fail not for want of power. Whence I, whose soul before the others speak, entreat thee, if thou ever see that land, which lies between Romagna and the realm of Charles, that of thy courtesy thou pray those who inhabit Fano, that for me their adorations duly be put up, by which I may purge off my grievous sins. From thence I came, but the deep passages, whence issued out the blood wherein I dwelt, upon my bosom in Antenor's land were made, where to be more secure I thought. The author of the deed was Estes prince, who, more than right could warrant, with his wrath pursued me. Had I towards Mira fled, when overta'en at Oriaco, still might I have breathed. But to the marsh I sped, and in the mire and rushes tangled there, fell and beheld my lifeblood float the plain. Then said another, Ah, so may the wish, that takes thee o'er the mountain, be fulfilled, as thou shalt graciously give aid to mine, of Montefeltro Buonconte. Giovanna nor none else have care for me, sorrowing with these I therefore go. I thus, from Campaldino's field, what force or chance drew thee, that ne'er thy sepulture was known? Oh, answered he, at Casentino's foot a stream there courseth, named Arciano, sprung in Apennine above the hermit's seat. E'en where its name is cancelled, there came I, pierced in the heart, fleeing away on foot, and bloodying the plain. Here sight and speech failed me, and finishing with Mary's name I fell, and tenantless my flesh remained. I will report the truth, which thou again tell to the living. Me God's angel took, whilst he of hell exclaimed, O thou from heaven! Say, wherefore hast thou robbed me? Thou of him the eternal portion bear'st with thee away, for one poor tear that he deprives me of. But of the other rule I make. Thou knowest how in the atmosphere collects that vapour dank, returning into water, soon as it mounts where cold condenses it. That evil will, which in his intellect still follows evil, came and raised the wind and smoky mist, by virtue of the power given by his nature. Thence the valley, soon as day was spent, he covered o'er with cloud from Prato Magno to the mountain range, and stretched the sky above, so that the air impregnate changed to water. Fell the rain, and to the fosses came all that the land contained not, and as mightiest streams are wont, to the great river with such headlong sweep rushed, that naught stayed its course. My stiffened frame laid at his mouth the fell Arciano found, and dashed it into Arno from my breast, loosening the cross, that of myself I made, when overcome with pain. He hurled me on, along the banks and bottom of his course, then in his muddy spoils encircling wrapped. Ah, when thou to the world shalt be returned, and rested after thy long road, so spake next the third spirit, then remember me. I once was Pyre, Siena gave me life, Maremma took it from me. That he knows, who me with jewelled ring had first espoused. Canto say, when from their game of dice men separate, he who hath lost remains in sadness fixed, revolving in his mind what luckless throws he cast. But meanwhile all the company go with the other. One before him runs, and one behind his mantle twitches. One fast by his side bids him remember him. He stops not, and each one, to whom his hand is stretched, well knows he bids him stand aside, and thus he from the press defends himself. E'en such was I in that close crowding throng, and turning so my face around to all and promising, I scapt from it with pains. Here of Arezzo him I saw, who fell by Gino's cruel arm, and him beside, who in his chase was swallowed by the stream. Here Frederick Novello, with his hand stretched forth, entreated, and of Pisa he, who put the good Marzucco to such proof of constancy. Count also I beheld, and from its frame a soul dismissed for spite and envy, as it said, but for no crime. I speak of Peter de la Brosse, and here, while she yet lives, that lady of Brabant let her beware, lest for so false a deed she heard with worse than these. When I was freed from all those spirits who prayed for others' prayers to hasten on their state of blessedness, straight I began, O thou my luminary, it seems expressly in thy text denied that heaven's supreme decree can never bend to supplication, yet with this design do these entreat. Can then their hope be vain, or is thy saying not to me revealed? He thus to me, both what I write is plain, and these deceived not in their hope, if well thy mind consider that the sacred height of judgment doth not stoop, because love's flame in a short moment all fulfills, which he who sojourns here in right should satisfy. Besides, when I this point concluded thus, by praying no defect could be supplied, because the prayer had none access to God. Yet in this deep suspicion rest thou not contented unless she assure thee so, who betwixt truth and mind infuses light. I know not if thou take me right, I mean Beatrice. Her thou shalt behold above, upon this mountain's crown, fair seat of joy. Then I, Sir, let us mend our speed, for now I tire not as before, and lo, the hill stretches its shadow far. He answered thus, Our progress with this day shall be as much as we may now dispatch, but otherwise than thou supposest is the truth. For there thou canst not be, ere thou once more behold him, back returning, who behind the steep is now so hidden, that as erst his beam thou dost not break. But lo, a spirit there stands solitary and toward us looks. It will instruct us in the speediest way. We soon approached it. O thou Lombard spirit, how didst thou stand in high abstracted mood, scarce moving with slow dignity thine eyes? It spoke not aught, but let us onward pass, eyeing us as a lion on his watch. But Virgil with entreaty mild advanced, requesting it to show the best ascent. It answer to his question none returned, but of our country and our kind of life demanded. When my courteous guide began, Mantua, the solitary shadow quick rose towards us from the place in which it stood, and cried, Mantuan, I am thy countryman, Sordello, each the other then embraced. Ah, slavish Italy, thou inn of grief, vessel without a pilot in loud storm, lady no longer of fair provinces, but brothel house impure, this gentle spirit, even from the pleasant sound of his dear land, was prompt to greet a fellow citizen with such glad cheer, while now thy living ones in thee abide not without war, and one malicious gnaws another, eye of those whom the same wall and the same moat contains. Seek, wretched one, around thy sea coasts wide, then homeward to thy bosom turn, and mark if any part of the sweet peace enjoy. What boots it that thy reins Justinian's hand befitted, if thy saddle be unpressed? Naught doth he now but aggravate thy shame. Our people, thou obedient still shouldst live, and in the saddle let thy Caesar sit, if well thou markedst that which God commands. Look how that beast to fellness hath relapsed from having lost correction of the spur, since to the bridle thou hast set thine hand, O German Albert, who abandonst her, that is grown savage and unmanageable, when thou shouldst clasp her flanks with forked heels. Just judgment from the stars fall on thy blood, and be it strange and manifest to all, such as may strike thy successor with dread, for that thy sire and thou have suffered thus, through greediness of yonder realms detained, the garden of the empire to run waste. Come see the Capulets and Montagues, the Philippeschi and Monaldi, man who cast for naught, those sunk in grief, and these with dire suspicion racked. Come, cruel one, come and behold the oppression of the nobles, and mark their injuries, and thou mayest see what safety Santa Fiore can supply. Come and behold thy Rome, who calls on thee, desolate widow, day and night with moans, My Caesar, why dost thou desert my side? Come and behold what love among thy people, and if no pity touches thee for us, come and blush for thine own report. For me, if it be lawful, O almighty power, who waste in earth for our sakes crucified, are thy just eyes turned elsewhere? Or is this a preparation in the wondrous depth of thy sage counsel made, for some good end, entirely from our reach of thought cut off? So are the Italian cities all o'er-thronged with tyrants, and a great Marcellus made of every petty factious villager. My Florence, thou mayest well remain unmoved at this digression, which affects not thee. Thanks to thy people, who so wisely speed. Many have justice in their heart, that long waiteth for counsel to direct the bow, or ere it dart unto its aim, but shine have it on their lips' edge. Many refuse to bear the common burdens. Readier thine answer uneuled, and cry, Behold I stoop. Make thyself glad, for thou hast reason now, thou wealthy, thou at peace, thou wisdom fraught. Facts best witness if I speak the truth. Athens and Lacedaemon, who of old enacted laws, for civil arts renowned, made little progress in improving life towards thee, who usest such nice subtlety, that to the middle of November scarce reaches the thread thou in October weavest. How many times within thy memory customs and laws and coins and offices have been by thee renewed and people changed. If thou rememberst well and canst see clear, thou wilt perceive thyself like a sick wretch who finds no rest upon her down, but oft shifting her side, short respite seeks from pain. Canto 7. After their courteous greetings joyfully 7 times exchanged, Sordello backward drew, exclaiming, "Who are ye? Before this mount by spirits worthy of ascent to God was sought, my bones had by Octavius' care been buried. I am Virgil, for no sin deprived of heaven, except for lack of faith." So answered him in few my gentle guide, as one who aught before him suddenly beholding, whence his wonder riseth, cries it is yet is not, wavering in belief, such he appeared. Then downward bent his eyes, and drawing near with reverential step, caught him where of mean estate might clasp his lord. "Glory of Latium," he exclaimed, "in whom our tongue its utmost power displayed. Boast of my honoured birthplace, what desert of mine, what favour rather undeserved, shows thee to me? If I to hear that voice am worthy, say if from below thou comest, and from what cloisters pale?" "Through every orb of that sad region," he replied, "thus far am I arrived, by heavenly influence led, and with such aid I come. There is a place there underneath, not made by torments sad, but by dun shades alone, where morning's voice sounds not of anguish sharp, but breathes in sighs. There I with little innocents abide, who by death's fangs were bitten, ere exempt from human taint. There I with those abide, who the 3 holy virtues put not on, but understood the rest, and without blame followed them all. But if thou knowst and canst, direct us, how we soonest may arrive, where purgatory its true beginning takes." He answered thus, "We have no certain place assigned us. Upwards I may go, or round. Far as I can, I join thee for thy guide. But thou beholdest now how day declines, and upwards to proceed by night our power excels. Therefore it may be well to choose a place of pleasant sojourn. To the right some spirits sit apart retired. If thou consentest, I to these will lead thy steps, and thou wilt know them, not without delight." "How chances this?" was answered. "Whoso wished to ascend by night, would he be thence debarred by other, or through his own weakness fail?" The good Sordello then, along the ground trailing his finger, spoke, "Only this line thou shalt not overpass, soon as the sun hath disappeared. Not that aught else impedes thy going upwards, save the shades of night. These with the wont of power perplex the will. With them thou haply mightst return beneath, or to and fro around the mountain's side wander, while day is in the horizon shut." My master straight, as wondering at his speech, exclaimed, "Then lead us quickly, where thou say'st, that while we stay, we may enjoy delight." A little space we were removed from thence, when I perceived the mountain hollowed out, even as large valleys hollowed out on earth. That way, the escorting spirit cried, "We go, where in a bosom the high bank recedes, and thou await renewal of the day." Betwixt the steep and plain a crooked path led us traverse into the ridge's side, where more than half the sloping edge expires. Refulgent gold, and silver thrice refined, and scarlet grain and ceruse, Indian wood of lucid dye serene, fresh emeralds but newly broken, by the herbs and flowers placed in that fair recess, in colour all had been surpassed, as great surpasses less. Nor nature only there lavished her hues, but of the sweetness of 1,000 smells, a rare and undistinguished fragrance made. Salve Regina! On the grass and flowers, here chanting, I beheld those spirits sit, who not beyond the valley could be seen. Before the westering sun sink to his bed, began the Mantuan, who our steps had turned. Mid those desires, not that I lead ye on, for from this eminence ye shall discern better the acts and visages of all, than in the nether vale among them mixed. He who sits high above the rest, and seems to have neglected that he should have done, and to the other's song moves not his lip. The Emperor Rodolphe call, who might have healed the wounds whereof fair Italy hath died, so that by others she revives but slowly. He who with kindly visage comforts him, swayed in that country where the water springs, that Moldor's river to the Elbe, and Elbe rolls to the ocean. Ottokar his name, who in his swaddling clothes was of more worth than Wenceslaus his son, a bearded man, pampered with rank luxuriousness and ease, and that one with the nose depress, who close in council seems with him of gentle look, flying expired, withering the lily's flower. Look there how he doth knock against his breast. The other ye behold, who for his cheek makes of one hand a couch with frequent sighs. They are the father and the father-in-law of Gallia's bane. His vicious life they know and foul, thence comes the grief that rends them thus. He so robust of limb, who measure keeps in song, with him of feature prominent, with every virtue bore his girdle breakst. And if that stripling who behind him sits, king after him had lived, his virtue then from vessel to like vessel had been poured, which may not of the other heirs be said. By James and Frederick his realms are held, neither the better heritage obtains. Rarely into the branches of the tree doth human worth mount up, and so ordains he who bestows it, that as his free gift it may be called. To Charles my words apply, no less than to his brother in the song, which Puy and Provence now with grief confess, so much that plant degenerates from its seed, as more than Beatrice and Margaret Costanza still boasts of her valorous spouse. Behold the king of simple life and plain, Harry of England, sitting there alone. He through his branches better issue spreads. That one, who on the ground beneath the rest, sits lowest, yet his gaze directs aloft, us William, that brave marquis, for whose cause the deed of Alexandria and his war makes Confederate and Canaves weep. Canto Ocho. Now was the hour that wakens fond desire in men at sea and melts their thoughtful heart, who in the morn have bid sweet friends farewell, and pilgrim newly on his road with love. Thrills if he hear the vesper bell from far, that seems to mourn for the expiring day. When I, no longer taking heed to hear, began with wonder from those spirits to mark one, risen from its seat, which with its hand audience implored. Both palms it joined and raised, fixing its steadfast gaze towards the east, as telling God, I care for naught beside. To Lucis ante, so devoutly then came from its lip, and in so soft a strain, that all my sense in ravishment was lost. And the rest after, softly and devout, followed through all the hymn, with upward gaze, directed to the bright supernal wheels. Hear, reader, for the truth makes thine eyes keen. For of so subtle texture is this veil, that thou with ease mayest pass it through unmarked. I saw that gentle band silently next, look up as if in expectation held, pale and in lowly guise. And from on high I saw forth issuing descend beneath two angels with two flame-illumined swords, broken and mutilated at their points. Green as the tender leaves but newly born, their vesture was, the which by wings as green beaten, they drew behind them, fanned in air. A little over us, one took his stand, the other lighted on the opposing hill, so that the troop were in the midst contained. Well I descried the whiteness on their heads, but in their visages the dazzled eye was lost, as faculty that by too much is overpowered. From Mary's bosom both are come, exclaimed Sordello, as a guard over the veil, 'gainst him, who hither tends, the serpent. Whence, not knowing by which path he came, I turned me round and closely pressed, all frozen, to my leader's trusted side. Sordello paused not. To the valley now, for it is time, let us descend, and hold converse with those great shadows. Haply much their sight may please ye. Only 3 steps down, methinks I measured, ere I was beneath, and noted one who looked as with desire to know me. Time was now that ere arrow dim, yet not so dim that twixt his eyes and mine It cleared not up what was concealed before. Mutually towards each other we advanced. Nino, thou courteous judge, what joy I felt when I perceived thou wert not with the bad. No salutation kind on either part was left unsaid. He then inquired, how long since thou arrivedst at the mountain's foot, over the distant waves? Oh, answered I, through the sad seats of woe this morn I came, and still in my first life, thus journeying on, the other strive to gain. Soon as they heard my words, he and Sordello backward drew, as suddenly amazed. To Virgil one, the other to a spirit turned, who near was seated, crying, Conrad, up with speed. Come, see what of his grace high God hath willed. Then turning round to me, by that rare mark of honour which thou owest to him who hides so deeply his first cause, it hath no ford, when thou shalt be beyond the vast of waves. Tell my Giovanna, that for me she call there, where reply to innocence is made. Her mother, I believe, loves me no more, since she has changed the white and wimpled folds, which she is doomed once more with grief to wish. By her it easily may be perceived how long in women lasts the flame of love, if sight and touch do not relume it oft. For her so fair a burial will not make the viper, which calls Milan to the field, as had been made by shrill Galura's bird. He spoke, and in his visage took the stamp of that right seal which with due temperature glows in the bosom. My insatiate eyes meanwhile to heaven had travelled, even there where the bright stars are slowest, as a wheel nearest the axle. When my guide inquired, what there aloft, my son, has caught thy gaze? I answered, the 3 torches, with which here the pole is all on fire. He then to me, the 4 resplendent stars thou saw'st this morn are there beneath, and these risen in their stead. While yet he spoke, Sordello to himself drew him, and cried, Lo there our enemy, and with his hand pointed that way to look. Along the side where barrier none arose, around the little vale, a serpent lay, such haply as gave Eve the bitter food. Between the grass and flowers the evil snake came on, reverting oft his lifted head, and as a beast that smooths its polished coat, licking his hack. I saw not, nor can tell, how those celestial falcons from their seat moved, but in motion each one well descried, hearing the air cut by their verdant plumes. The serpent fled, and to their stations back, the angels up returned with equal flight. The spirit, who to Nino, when he called, had come, from viewing me with fixed ken, through all that conflict, loosened not his sight. So may the lamp, which leads thee up on high, find in thy destined lot of wax so much, as may suffice thee to the enamel's height. It thus began, if any certain news of Valdimagra and the neighbour part thou know'st, tell me, who once was mighty there, they called me Conrad Malaspina. Not that old one, but from him I sprang. The love I bore, my people is now here refined. In your dominions, I answered, ne'er was I. But through all Europe, where do those men dwell, to whom their glory is not manifest? The fame that honours your illustrious house proclaims the nobles and proclaims the land, so that he knows it who was never there. I swear to you, so may my upward route prosper. Your honoured nation not impairs the value of her coffer and her sword. Nature and use give her such privilege, that while the world is twisted from his course by a bad head, she only walks aright, and has the evil way in scorn. He then, now pass thee on, 7 times the tired sun revisits not the couch, which with 4 feet the forked Aries covers, ere that kind opinion shall be nailed into thy brain, with stronger nails than others' speech can drive, if the sure course of judgment be not stayed. Canto 9. Now the fair consort of Tithonus old, arisen from her mate's beloved arms, looked palely o'er the eastern cliff. Her brow, lucent with jewels, glittered, set in sign of that chill animal who with his train smites fearful nations. And where then we were, 2 steps of her ascent the night had passed, and now the 3rd was closing up its wing, when I, who had so much of Adam with me, sank down upon the grass, o'ercome with sleep, there where all five were seated. In that hour, when near the dawn the swallow her sad lay, remembering haply ancient grief, renews, and with our minds more wanderers from the flesh, and less by thought restrained are, as 'twere, full of holy divination in their dreams. Then in a vision did I seem to view a golden-feathered eagle in the sky, with open wings, and hovering for descent. And I was in that place, methought, from whence young Ganymede, from his associates reft, was snatched aloft to the high consistory. Perhaps, thought I within me, here alone he strikes his quarry, and elsewhere disdains to pounce upon the prey. Therewith it seemed, a little wheeling in his airy tour, terrible as the lightning rushed he down, and snatched me upward even to the fire. There both, I thought, the eagle and myself did burn, and so intense the imagined flames, that needs my sleep was broken off. As erst Achilles shook himself, and round him rolled his wakened eyeballs, wondering where he was, when as his mother had from Chiron fled to Scyros, with him sleeping in her arms, e'en thus I shook me, soon as from my face the slumber parted, turning deadly pale, like one ice-struck with dread. Solo at my side my comfort stood, and the bright sun was now more than 2 hours aloft, and to the sea my looks were turned. Fear not, my master cried, assured we are at happy point. Thy strength shrink not, but rise dilated. Thou art come to Purgatory now. Lo, there the cliff that circling bounds it. Lo, the entrance there, where it doth seem disparted. Ere the dawn ushered the daylight, when thy wearied soul slept in thee, o'er the flowery veil beneath. A lady came, and thus bespake me, I am Lucia. Suffer me to take this man who slumbers. Easier so his way shall speed. Sordello and the other gentle shapes tarrying, she bare thee up, and as day shone, this summit reached. And I pursued her steps, here did she place thee. First her lovely eyes that open entrance showed me, then at once she vanished with thy sleep. Like one whose doubts are chased by certainty, and terror turned to comfort on discovery of the truth, such was the change in me. And as my guide beheld me fearless, up along the cliff he moved, and I behind him towards the height. Reader, thou markest how my theme doth rise, nor wonder therefore, if more artfully I prop the structure. Nearer now we drew, arrived whence in that part, where first a breach, as of a wall appeared, I could descry a portal, and 3 steps beneath, that led for inlet there, of different colour each, and one who watched, but spake not yet a word. As more and more mine eye did stretch its view, I marked him seated on the highest step, in visage such as passed my power to bear. Grasped in his hand a naked sword, glanced back the rays so toward me, that I oft in vain my sight directed. Speak from whence ye stand, he cried, what would ye? Where is your escort? Take heed your coming upward harm ye not. A heavenly dame, not skilless of these things, replied the instructor, told us even now, pass that way, here the gate is. And may she befriending prosper your ascent, resumed the courteous keeper of the gate. Come then, before our steps. We straightway thither came. The lowest stair was marble white, so smooth and polished, that therein my mirrored form distinct I saw. The next of hue more dark than sablest grain, a rough and singed block, cracked lengthwise and across. The third, that lay massy above, seemed porphyry, that flammed red as the lifeblood spouting from a vein. On this God's angel, either foot sustained, upon the threshold seated, which appeared a rock of diamond. Up the trinal steps my leader cheerily drew me. Ask, said he, with humble heart, that he unbar the bolt. Piously at his holy feet devolved I cast me, praying him for pity's sake that he would open to me. But first fell thrice on my bosom prostrate. 7 times the letter that denotes the inward stain, he on my forehead with the blunted point of his drawn sword inscribed. And look, he cried, when entered, that thou wash these scars away. Ashes, or earth ta'en dry out of the ground, were of one colour with the robe he wore. From underneath that vestment forth he drew 2 keys of metal twain. The one was gold, its fellow silver. With the pallid first, and next the burnished, he so plied the gate as to content me well. Whenever one faileth of these, that in the keyhole straight it turn not, to this alley then expect access in vain. Such were the words he spake. One is more precious, but the other needs skill and sagacity, large share of each, ere its good task to disengage the knot be worthily performed. From Peter these I hold, of him instructed, that I err rather in opening than in keeping fast. So but the suppliant at my feet implore. Then of that hallowed gate he thrust the door, exclaiming, Enter, but this warning hear. He forth again departs who looks behind. As in the hinges of that sacred ward the swivels turned, sonorous metal strong, harsh was the grating, nor so surlily roared the Tarpeian, when by force bereft of good Metellus, thenceforth from his loss to leanness doomed. Attentively I turned, listening the thunder that first issued forth, and we praise thee, O God, methought I heard in accents blended with sweet melody. The strains came o'er mine ear, e'en as the sound of choral voices that in solemn chant with organ mingle, and now high and clear, come swelling, now float indistinct away. Canto dies. When we had passed the threshold of the gate, which the soul's ill affection doth disuse, making the crooked seem the straighter path, I heard its closing sound. Had mine eyes turned, for that offence what plea might have availed? We mounted up the riven rock that wound on either side alternate, as the wave flies and advances. Here some little art behooves us, said my leader, that our steps observe the varying flexure of the path. Thus we so slowly sped, that with cleft orb the moon once more o'erhangs her watery couch, ere we that strait have threaded. But when free we came and open, where the mount above one solid mass retires, I spent with toil, and both uncertain of the way, we stood upon a plain more lonesome than the roads that traverse desert wilds, from whence the brink borders upon vacuity, to foot of the steep bank that rises still, the space had measured thrice the stature of a man, and distant as mine eye could wing its flight, to leftward now and now to right dispatched, that cornice equal in extent appeared. Not yet our feet had on that summit moved, when I discovered that the bank around, whose proud uprising all ascent denied, was marble white, and so exactly wrought with quaintest sculpture, that not there alone had Polycletus, but e'en nature's self been shammed. The angel who came down to earth with tidings of the peace so many years wept for in vain, that up the heavenly gates from their long interdict before us seemed, in a sweet act so sculptured to the life, he looked no silent image. One had sworn he had said, Hail, for she was imaged there, by whom the key did open to God's love, and in her act as sensibly impressed that word, Behold the handmaid of the Lord, as figure sealed on wax. Fix not thy mind on one place only, said the guide beloved, who had me near him on that part where lies the heart of man. My sight forthwith I turned and marked, behind the Virgin Mother's form, upon that side where he that moved me stood, another story graven on the rock. I passed athwart the bard and drew me near, that it might stand more aptly for my view. There in the self-same marble were engraved the cart and kine, drawing the sacred ark that from unbidden office awes mankind. Before it came much people, and the whole parted in 7 choirs. One sense cried, Nay, another, Yes, they sing. Like doubt arose betwixt the eye and smell, from the curled fume of incense, breathing up the well-wrought toil. Preceding the blessed vessel, onward came, with light dance leaping, girt in humble guise, sweet Israel's harper. In that hap he seemed less and yet more than kingly. Opposite, at a great palace, from the lattice forth, looked Michal like a lady full of scorn and sorrow. To behold the tablet next, which at the hack of Michael whitely shone, I moved me. There was storied on the rock the exalted glory of the Roman prince, whose mighty worth moved Gregory to earn his mighty conquest, Trajan the emperor. A widow at his bridal stood, attired in tears and mourning. Round about them trooped full throng of knights, and overhead in gold the eagles floated, struggling with the wind. The wretch appeared amid all these to say, "Grant vengeance, sire, for woe beshrew this heart my son is murdered." He replying seemed, "Wait now till I return." And she, as one made hasty by her grief, "O sire, if thou dost not return, where I am, who then is, may right thee. What to thee is others' good, if thou neglect thy own? Now comfort thee." At length he answers, "It beseemeth well my duty be performed, ere I move hence, so justice wills, and pity bids me stay." He whose ken nothing new surveys, produced that visible speaking, new to us, and strange the like not found on earth. Fondly I gazed upon those patterns of meek humbleness, shapes yet more precious for their artist's sake, when, lo, the poet whispered, "Where this way, but slack their pace, a multitude advance. These to the lofty steps shall guide us on." Mine eyes, though bent on view of novel sights, their loved allurement, were not slow to turn. Reader, I would not that amazed thou miss of thy good purpose, hearing how just God decrees our debts be cancelled. Ponder not the form of suffering. Think on what succeeds. Think that at worst, beyond the mighty doom, it cannot pass. "Instructor," I began, "what I see hither tending bears no trace of human semblance, nor of aught beside that my foiled sight can guess." He answering thus, "So curbed to earth beneath their heavy teams of torment stoop they, that mine eye at first struggled as thine. But look intently thither, and disentangle with thy laboring view what underneath those stones approacheth. Now, e'en now, mayest thou discern the pangs of each. Christians and proud, O poor and wretched ones, that feeble in the mind's eye, lean your trust upon unstayed perverseness. Know ye not that we are worms, yet made at last to form the winged insect, imped with angel plumes, that to heaven's justice unobstructed soars? Why buoy ye up aloft your unfledged souls? Abortive then and shapeless ye remain, like the untimely embryon of a worm. As, to support incumbent floor or roof, for corbel is a figure sometimes seen, that crumples up its knees unto its breast, with the feigned posture stirring ruth unfeigned in the beholder's fancy. So I saw these fashioned, when I noted well their guise. Each, as his back was laden, came indeed, or more or less contract. But it appeared, as he who showed most patience in his look, wailing exclaimed, "I can endure no more." Canto 1. O thou almighty Father, who dost make the heavens thy dwelling, not in bounds confined, but that with love intenser there thou view'st thy primal effluence, hallowed be thy name. Join each created being to extol thy might, for worthy humblest thanks and praise is thy blessed spirit. May thy kingdom's peace come unto us, for we, unless it come, with all our striving thither tend in vain. As of their will the angels unto thee tender meet sacrifice, circling thy throne with loud hosannas, so of theirs be done by saintly men on earth. Grant us this day our daily manna, without which he roams through this rough desert retrograde, who most toils to advance his steps. As we to each pardon the evil done us, pardon thou benign, and of our merit take no count. Gainst the old adversary, prove thou not our virtue easily subdued, but free from his incitements and defeat his wiles. This last petition, dearest Lord, is made not for ourselves, since that were needless now, but for their sakes who after us remain. Thus for themselves and us good speed imploring, those spirits went beneath a weight like that. We sometimes feel in dreams, all sore beset, but with unequal anguish, wearied all, round the first circuit, purging as they go, the world's gross darkness off. In our behalf, if their vows still be offered, what can here for them be vowed and done by such, whose wills have root of goodness in them? Well beseems that we should help them wash away the stains they carried hence, that so made pure and light, they may spring upward to the starry spheres. Ah, so may mercy-tempered justice rid your burdens speedily, that ye have power to stretch your wing, which e'en to your desire shall lift you, as ye show us on which hand toward the ladder leads the shortest way. And if there be more passages than one, instruct us of that easiest to ascend. For this man who comes with me and bears yet the charge of fleshly raiment Adam left him, despite his better will, but slowly mounts. From whom the answer came unto these words, which my guide spake, appeared not, but 'twas said, Along the bank to rightward come with us, and ye shall find a pass that mocks not toil of living man to climb, and were it not that I am hindered by the rock, wherewith this arrogant neck is tammed, whence needs I stoop my visage to the ground, him who yet lives, whose name thou speak'st not him I fain would view, to mark if e'er I knew him, and to crave his pity for the fardel that I bear. I was of Latium, of a Tuscan horn a mighty one, Aldobranlesco's name, my sires, I know not if ye e'er have heard. My old blood and forefathers' gallant deeds made me so haughty that I clean forgot the common mother, and to such excess waxed in my scorn of all men that I fell therefore, by what fate Siena's sons, each child in Campagnatico can tell. I am Umberto, not me only pride hath injured, but my kindred all involved in mischief with her. Here my lot ordains under this weight to groan, till I appease God's angry justice, since I did it not amongst the living, here amongst the dead. Listening, I bent my visage down, and one, not he who spake, twisted beneath the weight that urged him, saw me, knew me straight, and called, holding his eyes with difficulty fixed intent upon me, stooping as I went companion of their way. Oh, I exclaimed, art thou not Oderigi? Art not thou a Gobbio's glory, glory of that art, which they of Paris call the limmer's skill? Brother, said he, with tints that gayer smile, Bolognian Franco's pencil lines the leaves. His all the honour now, mine borrowed light. In truth I had not been thus courteous to him, the whilst I lived, through eagerness of zeal, for that preeminence my heart was bent on. Here of such pride the forfeiture is paid. Nor were I even here, if, able still to sin, I had not turned me unto God. O powers of man, how vain your glory, nipped e'en in its height of verdure, if an age less bright succeed not. Cimabue thought to lord it over painting's field, and now the cry is Giotto's, and his name eclipsed. Thus hath one Guido from the other snatched the lettered prize, and he perhaps is born, who shall drive either from their nest. The noise of worldly fame is but a blast of wind, that blows from divers points, and shifts its name, shifting the point it blows from. Shalt thou more live in the mouths of mankind, if thy flesh part shrivelled from thee, than if thou hadst died before the coral and the pap were left, or ere some 1,000 years have passed, and that is, to eternity compared, a space, briefer than is the twinkling of an eye, to the heaven's slowest orb. He there who treads so leisurely before me, far and wide through Tuscany resounded once, and now is in Siena scarce, with whispers named. There was he sovereign, when destruction caught the maddening rage of Florence, in that day proud as she now is loathsome. Your renown is as the herb, whose hue doth come and go, and his might withers it, by whom it sprang crude from the lap of earth. I thus to him, true are thy sayings, to my heart they breathe the kindly spirit of meekness, and allay what tumours rankle there. But who is he of whom thou spak'st but now? This, he replied, is Provenzano. He is here, because he reached, with grasp presumptuous, at the sway of all Siena. Thus he still hath gone, thus goeth never resting, since he died. Such is the acquittance rendered back of him, who beyond measure dared on earth. I then, if soul that to the verge of life delays repentance, linger in that lower space, nor hither mount, unless good prayers befriend, how chanced admittance was vouchsafed to him. When at his glory's topmost height, said he, respect of dignity all cast aside, freely he fixed him on Siena's plain, a suitor to redeem his suffering friend, who languished in the prison house of Charles, nor for his sake refused through every vein to tremble. More I will not say, and dark I know my words are, but thy neighbours soon shall help thee to a comment on the text. This is the work that from these limits freed him. Canto 2. With equal pace as oxen in the yoke, I with that laden spirit journeyed on long as the mild instructor suffered me. But when he bade me quit him and proceed, "For here," said he, "behooves with sail and oars each man, as best he may, push on his bark." Upright as one disposed for speed, I raised my body, still in thought submissive bowed. I now my leader's track not loth pursued, and each had shown how light we fared along, when thus he warned me, "Bend thine eyesight down, for thou to ease the way shall find it good to ruminate the bed beneath thy feet." As in memorial of the buried, drawn upon earth-level tombs, the sculptured form of what was once appears, at sight whereof tears often stream forth by remembrance worked, whose sacred stings the piteous only feel, so saw I there, but with more curious skill of portraiture o'erwrought, whate'er of space from forth the mountain stretches. On one part him I beheld, above all creatures erst created noblest, lightning fall from heaven, on the other side with bolt celestial pierced Briareus, cumbering earth he lay through dint of mortal ice stroke, the Thimbraean god with Mars I saw, and Pallas round their sire, armed still, and gazing on the giant's limbs strewn o'er the ethereal field. Nimrod I saw, at foot of the stupendous work he stood, as if bewildered, looking on the crowd leagued in his proud attempt on Sennaar's plain. O Niobe, in what a trance of woe thee I beheld, upon that highway drawn, 7 sons on either side thee slain. O Saul, how ghastly didst thou look, on thine own sword expiring in Gilboa, from that hour ne'er visited with rain from heaven or dew. O fond Arachne, thee I also saw half spider now in anguish, crawling up the unfinished web thou weavedest to thy bane. O Rehoboam, here thy shape doth seem luring no more defiance, but fear smote with none to chase him in his chariot whirled. Was shown beside upon the solid floor how dear Alcmaeon forced his mother rate that ornament in evil hour received. How in the temple on Sennacherib fell his sons, and how a corpse they left him there. Was shown the scath and cruel mangling made by Tamiris on Cyrus, when she cried, "Blood thou didst thirst for, take thy fill of blood." Was shown how routed in the battle fled the Assyrians, Holofernes slain, and e'en the relics of the carnage. Troy I marked in ashes and in caverns. Oh, how fallen, how abject Ilion was thy semblance there! What master of the pencil or the style had traced the shades and lines that might have made the subtlest workman wonder? Dead the dead, the living seemed alive. With clearer view his eye beheld not who beheld the truth, than mine what I did tread on while I went low bending. Now swell out, and with stiff necks pass on, ye sons of Eve. Veil not your looks, lest they descry the evil of your path. I noted not, so busied was my thought, how much we now had circled of the mount, and of his course yet more the sun had spent, when he, who with still wakeful caution went, admonished, "Raise thou up thy head, for no time is not now for slow suspense. Behold that way an angel hasting towards us. Lo, where duly the 6th handmaid doth return from service on the day. Wear thou in look and gesture seemly grace of reverent awe, that gladly he may forward us aloft, consider that this day ne'er dawns again." Time's loss he had so often warned me 'gainst, I could not miss the scope at which he aimed. The goodly shape approached us, snowy white in vesture, and with visage casting streams of tremulous lustre like the matin star. His arms he opened, then his wings, and spake, "Onward, the steps, behold, are near, and now the ascent is without difficulty gained. A scanty few are they, who when they hear such tidings, hasten. O ye race of men, though born to soar, why suffer ye a wind so slight to baffle ye?" He led us on, where the rock parted. Here against my front did beat his wings, then promised I should fare in safety on my way. As to ascend that steep, upon whose brow the chapel stands, o'er Rubaconte, looking lordly down on the well-guided city, up the right the impetuous rise is broken by the steps carved in that old and simple age, when still the registry and label rested safe. Thus is the acclivity relieved, which here precipitous from the other circuit falls. but on each hand the tall cliff presses close. As entering there we turned, voices in strain ineffable sang, "Blessed are the poor in spirit." Ah, how far unlike to these, the straits of hell, here songs to usher us, their shrieks of woe. We climbed the holy stairs, and lighter to myself by far I seemed than on the plain before, whence thus I spake. Say, master, of what heavy thing have I been lightened, that scarce aught the sense of toil affects me journeying? He in few replied, when sin's broad characters, that yet remain upon thy temples, though well nigh effaced, shall be as one is, all clean raised out. Then shall thy feet by heartiness of will be so o'ercome, they not alone shall feel no sense of labour, but delight much more shall wait them urged along their upward way. Then like to one, upon whose head is placed, somewhat he deems not of, but from the becks of others as they pass him by. His hand lends therefore help to assure him, searches, finds, and well performs such office as the eye wants power to execute. So stretching forth the fingers of my right hand, did I find 6 only of the letters, which his sword, who bare the keys, had traced upon my brow. The leader, as he marked mine action, smiled. Canto trezza. We reached the summit of the scale, and stood upon the second buttress of that mount which healeth him who climbs. A cornice there, like to the former, girdles round the hill, save that its arch with sweep less ample bends. Shadow nor image there is seen, all smooth, the rampart and the path reflecting naught but the rock's sullen hue. If here we wait for some to question, said the bard, I fear our choice may haply meet too long delay. Then fixedly upon the sun his eyes he fastened, made his right the central point from whence to move, and turned the left aside. O pleasant light, my confidence and hope, conduct us thou, he cried, on this new way, where now I venture, leading to the bourne we seek. The universal world to thee owes warmth and lustre. If no other cause forbid, thy beams should ever be our guide. Far as is measured for a mile on earth, in brief space had we journeyed, such prompt will impelled. And towards us flying, now were heard spirits invisible, who courteously unto love's table bade the welcome guest. The voice, that first, flew by, called forth aloud, they have no wine. So on behind us passed, those sounds reiterating, nor yet lost in the faint distance, when another came crying, I am Orestes, and alike winged its fleet way. O Father, I exclaimed, what tongues are these? And as I questioned, lo, a third exclaiming, love ye those have wronged you. This circuit, said my teacher, knots the scourge for envy, and the cords are therefore drawn by charity's correcting hand. The curb is of a harsher sound, as thou shalt hear, if I deem rightly, ere thou reach the pass, where pardon sets them free, but fix thine eyes intently through the air, and thou shalt see a multitude before thee seated, each along the shelving grot. Then more than erst I oped my eyes, before me viewed, and saw shadows with garments dark as was the rock. And when we passed a little forth, I heard a crying, Blessed Mary, pray for us, Michael and Peter, all ye saintly host. I do not think there walks on earth this day man so remorseless that he hath not yearned with pity at the sight that next I saw. Mine eyes a load of sorrow teemed, when now I stood so near them that their semblances came clearly to my view. Of sackcloth vile their covering seemed, and on his shoulder one did stay another, leaning, and all leaned against the cliff. E'en thus the blind and poor, near the confessionals to crave an alms, stand each his head upon his fellow's sunk. So most to stir compassion, not by sound of words alone, but that which moves not less, the sight of misery. And as never beam of noonday visiteth the eyeless man, e'en so was heaven a niggard unto these of his fair light. For through the orbs of all, a thread of wire impiercing knits them up. As for the taming of a haggard hawk, it were a wrong, methought, to pass and look on others, yet myself the while unseen. To my sage counsel therefore did I turn. He knew the meaning of the mute appeal, nor waited for my questioning, but said, Speak, and be brief, be subtle in thy words. On that part of the cornice, whence no rim engarlands its steep fall, did Virgil come. On the other side, me were the spirits, their cheeks bathing devout with penitential tears, that through the dread impalement forced away. I turned me to them, and O shades, said I, assured that to your eyes unveiled shall shine the lofty light, sole object of your wish, so may heaven's grace clear whatsoe'er of foam floats turbid on the conscience, that thenceforth the stream of mind roll limpid from its source, as ye declare, for so shall ye impart a boon I dearly prize, if any soul of Latium dwell among ye, and perchance that soul may profit if I learn so much. My brother, we are each one citizens of one true city, any thou wouldst say, who lived a stranger in Italia's land. So heard I answering, as appealed, a voice that onward came some space from whence I stood. A spirit I noted, in whose look was marked expectance. Ask ye how? The chin was raised as in one reft of sight. Spirit, said I, who for thy rise are tutoring, if thou be that which didst answer to me, or by place or name, disclose thyself, that I may know thee. I was, it answered, of Siena. Here I cleanse away with these the evil life, soliciting with tears that he who is, vouchsafe him to us. Though sapia named in sapience I excelled not, gladder far of others' hurt than of the good befell me. That thou mayest own I now deceive thee not, hear if my folly were not as I speak it. When now my years slopped waning down the arch, it so bechanced, my fellow citizens near Col met their enemies in the field, and I prayed God to grant what he had willed. There were they vanquished, and betook themselves unto the bitter passages of flight. I marked the hunt, and waxing out of bounds in gladness, lifted up my shameless brow, and like the Merlin cheated by a gleam, cried, It is over, heaven, I fear thee not. Upon my verge of life, I wished for peace with God, nor repentance had supplied what I did lack of duty, were it not the hermit Piero, touched with charity, in his devout orisons thought on me. But who art thou that question'st of our state, who goest to my belief with lids unclosed, and breathest in thy talk? Mine eyes, said I, may yet be here ta'en from me, but not long, for they have not offended grievously with envious glances. But the woe beneath urges my soul with more exceeding dread. That nether load already weighs me down. She thus, Who then amongst us here aloft hath brought thee, if thou weenest to return? He, answered I, who standeth mute beside me. I live, of me ask therefore, chosen spirit, if thou desire I yonder yet should move for thee my mortal feet. Oh, she replied, this is so strange a thing, it is great sign that God doth love thee. Therefore with thy prayer sometime assist me, and by that I crave, which most thou covetest, that if thy feet e'er tread on Tuscan soil, thou save my fame amongst my kindred. Them shalt thou behold, with that vain multitude, who set their hope on Telamone's haven, there to fail confounded. More shall, when the fancied stream they sought of Dian called, but they who led their navies, more than ruined hopes shall mourn. Canto XIV. Say who is he around our mountain winds, or ever death has pruned his wing for flight, that opes his eyes and covers them at will. I know not who he is, but know thus much he comes not singly. Do thou ask of him, for thou art nearer to him, and take heed, accost him gently, so that he may speak. Thus on the right 2 spirits bending each toward the other, talked of me, then both addressing me, their faces backward leaned, and thus the one began. O soul, who yet pent in the body, tendest towards the sky, for charity we pray thee comfort us, recounting whence thou comest, and who thou art. For thou dost make us at the favour shown thee marvel, as at a thing that ne'er hath been. There stretches through the midst of Tuscany, I straight began, a brooklet, whose well-head springs up in Falterona, with his race not satisfied, when he some 100 miles hath measured. From his banks bring I this frame. To tell you who I am were words misspent, for yet my name scarce sounds on rumour's lip. If well I do incorporate with my thought "The meaning of thy speech," said he who first addressed me, "thou dost speak of Arno's wave." To whom the other, "Why hath he concealed the title of that river as a man doth of some horrible thing?" The spirit, who thereof was questioned, did acquit him thus: "I know not, but 'tis fitting well the name should perish of that vale, for from the source, where teems so plenteously the alpine steep maimed of Pelorus, that doth scarcely pass beyond that limit, even to the point whereunto ocean is restored, what heaven drains from the exhaustless store for all earth's streams, throughout the space is virtue worried down, as 'twere a snake by all for mortal foe, or through disastrous influence on the place, or else distortion of misguided wills, that custom goads to evil, whence in those, the dwellers in that miserable vale, nature is so transformed, it seems as they had shared of Circe's feeding. Midst brute swine, worthier of acorns than of other food created for man's use, he shapeth first his obscure way. Then, sloping onward, finds curs, snarlers more in spite than power, from whom he turns with scorn aside, still journeying down, by how much more the cursed and luckless foss swells out to largeness, e'en so much it finds dogs turning into wolves. Descending still through yet more hollow eddies, next he meets a race of foxes, so replete with craft, they do not fear that skill can master it. Nor will I cease, because my words are heard by other ears than thine. It shall be well for this man, if he keep in memory what from no erring spirit I reveal. Lo, I behold thy grandson, that becomes a hunter of those wolves upon the shore of the fierce stream, and cows them all with dread. Their flesh yet living sets he up to sail, then like an aged beast to slaughter dooms. Many of life he reaves, himself of worth and goodly estimation, smeared with gore mark how he issues from the rueful wood, leaving such havoc that in 1,000 years it spreads not to prime lustihood again. As one who tidings hears of woe to come, changes his looks perturbed, from whate'er part the peril grasp him, so beheld I change that spirit who had turned to listen, struck with sadness, soon as he had caught the word. His visage and the other's speech did raise desire in me to know the names of both, whereof with meek entreaty I inquired. The shade, who late addressed me, thus resumed: "Thy wish imports that I vouchsafe to do for thy sake what thou wilt not do for mine. But since God's will is that so largely shine his grace in thee, I will be liberal too. Guido of Duca, know then that I am. Envy so parched my blood, that had I seen a fellow man made joyous, thou hadst marked a livid paleness overspread my cheek. Such harvest reap I of the seed I sowed. O man, why place thy heart where there doth need exclusion of participants in good? This is Rinieri's spirit, this the boast and honour of the house of Calboli, where of his worth no heritage remains, nor his the only blood that hath been stripped, twixt Po, the Mount, the Reno, and the shore, of all that truth or fancy asks for bliss. But in those limits such a growth has sprung of rank and venomed roots, as long would mock slow culture's toil. Where is good Lizio? Where Menardi, Traversalo, and Carpigna, O bastard slips of old Romagna's line? When in Bologna the low artisan, and in Faenza yon Bernardine sprouts, a gentle Chion from ignoble stem. Wonder not, Tuscan, if thou see me weep, when I recall to mind those once loved names, Guido of Prata, and of Azzo him that dwelt with you, Tignoso and his troop, with Traversaro's house and Anastagio's, each race desherited, and beside these, the ladies and the knights, the toils and ease, that witched us into love and courtesy, where now such malice reigns in recreant hearts. O Bretignoro, wherefore tarriest still, since forth of thee thy family hath gone, and many, hating evil, joined their steps? Well doeth he that bids his lineage cease, Bagnacavallo, Castracaro ill, and Conio worse, who care to propagate a race of counties from such blood as theirs. Well shall ye also do, Pagani, then when from amongst you tries your demon child. Not so, howe'er, that henceforth there remain true proof of what ye were. O Hugolin, thou sprung of Fantellini's line, thy name is safe, since none is looked for after thee to cloud its lustre, warping from thy stock. But Tuscan, go thy ways. For now I take far more delight in weeping than in words. Such pity for your sakes hath wrung my heart. We knew those gentle spirits at parting, heard our steps. Their silence therefore of our way assured us. Soon as we had quitted them, advancing onward, lo, a voice that seemed like volleyed lightning, when it rives the air, met us and shouted, Whosoever finds will slay me, then fled from us, as the bolt lanced sudden from a downward rushing cloud. When it had given short truce unto our hearing, behold the other with a crash as loud as the quick-following thunder. Mark in me Aglauros turned to rock. I at the sound retreating, drew more closely to my guide. Now in mute stillness rested all the air. And thus he spake, there was the galling bit. But your old enemy so baits his hook, he drags you eager to him. Hence nor curb avails you, nor reclaiming call. Heaven calls, and round about you, wheeling courts your gaze with everlasting beauties. Yet your eye turns with fond doting still upon the earth. Therefore he smites you who discerneth all. Canto Quince. As much as twixt the third hour's close and dawn appeareth of heaven's sphere, that ever whirls as restless as an infant in his play, so much appeared remaining to the sun of his slope journey towards the western goal. Evening was there, and here the noon of night, and full upon our foreheads smote the beams. For round the mountain, circling so our path had led us, that toward the sunset now direct we journeyed, when I felt a weight of more exceeding splendor than before press on my front. The cause unknown, amaze possessed me, and both hands against my brow, lifting I interposed them as a screen, that of its gorgeous superflux of light clipped the diminished orb, as when the ray, striking on water or the surface clear of mirror, leaps unto the opposite part, ascending at a glance, e'en as it fell, and so much differs from the stone that falls through equal space as practised skill hath shown. Thus, with refracted light before me, seemed the ground there smitten, whence in sudden haste my sight recoiled. What is this, sire beloved, 'gainst which I strive to shield the sight in vain, cried I, and which towards us moving seems? Marvel not, if the family of heaven, he answered, yet with dazzling radiance dim thy sense, it is a messenger who comes, inviting man's assent. Such sights ere long, not grievous, shall impart to thee delight, as thy perception is by nature wrought up to their pitch. The blessed angel, soon as we had reached him, hailed us with glad voice. Here enter on a ladder far less steep than ye have yet encountered. We forthwith ascending, heard behind us chanted sweet, Blessed the merciful, and happy thou, that conquerst. Lonely each, my guide and I pursued our upward way, and as we went, some profit from his words I hoped to win, and thus of him inquiring, framed my speech. What meant Romagna's spirit, when he spake of bliss exclusive with no partner shard? He straight replied, no wonder, since he knows what sorrow waits on his own worst defect, if he chide others that they less may mourn. Because ye point your wishes at a mark, whereby communion of possessors part is lessened, envy bloweth up the size of men. No fear of that might touch ye, if the love of higher sphere exalted your desire. For there, by how much more they call it ours, so much propriety of each in good increases more, and heightened charity wraps that fair cloister in a brighter flame. Now lack I satisfaction more, said I, than if thou hadst been silent at the first, and doubt more gathers on my labouring thought. How can it chance that good distributed, the many that possess it, makes more rich than if 'twere shared by few? He answering thus, thy mind, reverting still to things of earth, strikes darkness from true light, the highest good unlimited, ineffable, doth so speed to love as beam to lucid body darts, giving as much of ardour as it finds. The sempiternal effluence streams abroad spreading, wherever charity extends, so that the more aspirants to that bliss are multiplied, more good is there to love, and more is loved, as mirrors that reflect, each unto other, propagated light. If these my words avail not to allay thy thirsting, Beatrice thou shalt see, who of this want, and of all else thou hast, shall rid thee to the full. Provide but thou that from thy temples may be soon erased, e'en as the two already, those 5 scars, that when they pain thee worst, then kindliest heal. Thou, I had said, content'st me, when I saw the other round was gained, and wondering eyes did keep me mute. There suddenly I seemed by an ecstatic vision rapt away, and in a temple saw, methought, a crowd of many persons, and at the entrance stood a dame, whose sweet demeanour did express a mother's love, who said, Child, why hast thou dealt with us thus? Behold, thy sire and I sorrowing have sought thee. And so held her peace, and straight the vision fled. A female next appeared before me, down whose visage coursed those waters that grief forces out from one by deep resentment stung, who seemed to say, If thou, Pisistratus, be lord indeed over this city, named with such debate of adverse gods, and whence each science sparkles, avenge thee of those arms whose bold embrace hath clasped our daughter, and to fuel meseemed benign and meek, with visage undisturbed, her sovereign spake. How shall we those requite who wish us evil, if we thus condemn the man that loves us? After that I saw a multitude, in fury burning, slay with stones a stripling youth, and shout amain, Destroy, destroy. And him I saw, who bowed heavy with death unto the ground, yet made his eyes, unfolded upward, gates to heaven, praying forgiveness of the Almighty Sire, amidst that cruel conflict on his foes, with looks that with compassion to their aim. Soon as my spirit, from her airy flight returning, sought again the things whose truth depends not on her shaping, I observed how she had roved to no unreal scenes. Meanwhile the leader, who might see I moved, as one who struggles to shake off his sleep, exclaimed, What ails thee, that thou canst not hold thy footing firm, but more than half a league hast travelled with closed eyes and tottering gait, like to a man by wine or sleep o'ercharged? Beloved father, so thou deign, said I, to listen, I will tell thee what appeared before me when so failed my sinking steps. He thus, Not if thy countenance were masked with 100 vizards, could a thought of thine how small soe'er elude me. What thou saw'st was shown, that freely thou mightst ope thy heart to the waters of peace, that flow diffused from their eternal fountain. I not asked, What ails thee? For such cause as he doth, who looks only with that eye which sees no more, when spiritless the body lies, but asked to give fresh vigour to thy foot. Such goads the slow and loitering need, that they be found not wanting when their hour of watch returns. So on we journeyed through the evening sky, gazing intent, far onward, as our eyes with level view could stretch against the bright vespertine ray. And lo, by slow degrees gathering, a fog made towards us, dark as night. There was no room for scaping, and that mist bereft us, both of sight and the pure air. Canto 16. Hell's dunnest gloom, or night unlustrous dark, of every plains reft and palled in clouds, did never spread before the sight a veil in thickness like that fog, nor to the sense so palpable and gross. Entering its shade, mine eye endured not with unclosed lids, which marking near me drew the faithful guide, offering me his shoulder for a stay. As the blind man behind his leader walks, lest he should err, or stumble unawares on what might harm him, or perhaps destroy, I journeyed through that bitter air and foul, still listening to my escort's warning voice, Look that from me thou part not. Straight I heard voices, and each one seemed to pray for peace, and for compassion to the Lamb of God that taketh sins away. Their prelude still was Agnus Dei, and through all the choir one voice, one measure ran, that perfect seemed the concord of their song. Are these I hear spirits, O Master? I exclaimed, and he, Thou aim'st aright, these loose the bonds of wrath. Now who art thou that through our smoke dost cleave, and speak'st of us, as thou thyself e'en yet dividest time by calends? So one voice bespake me, Whence my master said, reply, and ask if upward hence the passage lead. O being, who dost make thee pure, to stand beautiful once more in thy Maker's sight, along with me, and thou shalt hear and wonder. Thus I, whereto the Spirit answering spake, long as 'tis lawful for me, shall my steps follow on thine, and since the cloudy smoke forbids the seeing, hearing in its stead shall keep us joined. I then forthwith began, yet in my mortal swathing, I ascend to higher regions, and am hither come through the fearful agony of hell. And if so largely God hath doled his grace, that clean beside all modern precedent, he wills me to behold his kingly state, from me conceal not who thou wast, ere death had loosed thee, but instruct me, and instruct if rightly to the pass I tend, thy words the way directing as a safe escort. I was of Lombardy, and Marco called, not inexperienced of the world, that worth I still affected, from which all have turned the nerveless bow aside. Thy course tends right unto the summit. And replying thus, he added, I beseech thee pray for me when thou shalt come aloft. And I to him, accept my faith for pledge, I will perform what thou requirest. Yet one doubt remains, that wrings me sorely, if I solve it not, singly before it urged me, doubled now by thine opinion, when I couple that with one elsewhere declared, each strengthening other. The world indeed is even so forlorn of all good, as thou speak'st it, and so swarms with every evil. Yet beseech thee, point the cause out to me, that myself may see, and unto others show it. For in heaven one places it, and one on earth below. Then heaving forth a deep and audible sigh, brother, he thus began, the world is blind, and thou in truth comest from it. Ye who live, do so each cause refer to heaven above, e'en as its motion of necessity drew with it all that moves. If this were so, free choice in you were none. Nor justice would, there should be joy for virtue, woe for ill. Your movements have their primal bent from heaven. Not all, yet said I all. What then ensues? Light have ye still to follow evil or good, and of the will free power, which, if it stand firm and unwearied in heaven's first assay, conquers at last, so it be cherished well, triumphant over all. To mightier force, to better nature subject, ye abide free, not constrained by that, which forms in you the reasoning mind uninfluenced of the stars. If then the present race of mankind err, seek in yourselves the cause, and find it there. Herein thou shalt confess me, no false spy. Forth from his plastic hand, who charmed beholds her image ere she yet exist, the soul comes like a babe, that wantons sportively weeping and laughing in its wayward moods, as artless and as ignorant of aught, save that her Maker, being one who dwells with gladness ever, willingly she turns to whate'er yields her joy. Of some slight good the flavour soon she tastes, and, snared by that, with fondness she pursues it. If no guide recall, no rein direct her wandering course. Hence it behoved, the law should be a curb, a sovereign hence behoved, whose piercing view might mark at least the fortress and main tower of the true city. Laws indeed there are, but who is he observes them? None, not he who goes before, the shepherd of the flock, who chews the cud but doth not cleave the hoof. Therefore the multitude, who see their guide strike at the very good they covet most, feed there and look no further. Thus the cause is not corrupted nature in yourselves, but ill conducting that hath turned the world to evil. Rome, that turned it unto good, was wont to boast two suns, whose several beams cast light on either way, the world's and God's. One since hath quenched the other, and the sword is grafted on the crook, and so conjoined each must perforce decline to worse, unawed by fear of other. If thou doubt me, mark the blade, each herb is judged of by its seed. That land, through which Addis and the Po their waters roll, was once the residence of courtesy and velour, ere the day, that frowned on Frederick, now secure may pass those limits, whosoe'er hath left, for shame, to talk with good men, or come near their haunts. 3 aged ones are still found there, in whom the old time chides the new. These deem it long ere God restore them to a better world. The good Gerardo of Palazzo he Conrad, and Guido of Castello, named in Gallic phrase more fitly the plain Lombard. On this at last conclude, the Church of Rome, mixing two governments that ill assort, hath missed her footing, fallen into the mire, and there herself and burden much defiled. O Marco, I replied, shine arguments convince me, and the cause I now discern, why of the heritage no portion came to Levi's offspring, but resolve me this, who that Gerardo is, that as thou sayest is left a sample of the perished race, and for rebuke to this untoward age. Either thy words, said he, deceive, or else are meant to try me, that thou, speaking Tuscan, appearest not to have heard of good Gerardo, the sole addition that, by which I know him, unless I borrowed from his daughter Gaia another name to grace him. God be with you, I bear you company no more. Behold the dawn with white ray glimmering through the mist. I must away, the angel comes, ere he appear. He said, and would not hear me more. Canto 17. Call to remembrance, reader, if thou e'er hast, on a mountain top, been ta'en by cloud, through which thou saw'st no better than the mole doth through opacous membrane. Then, whene'er the watery vapours dense began to melt into thin air, how faintly the sun's sphere seemed wading through them, so thy nimble thought may image how at first I rebeheld the sun that bedward now his couch o'erhung. Thus, with my leader's feet still equalling pace, from forth that cloud I came, when now expired the parting beams from off the nether shores. O quick and forgettive power, that sometimes dost so rob us of ourselves, we take no mark, though round about us thousand trumpets clang. What moves thee if the senses stir not? Light kindled in heaven, spontaneous, self-informed, or likelier gliding down with swift illapse by will divine. Portrayed before me came the traces of her dire impiety, whose form was changed into the bird that most delights itself in song, and here my mind was inwardly so rapt, it gave no place to aught that asked admittance from without. Next showered into my fantasy a shape as of one crucified, whose visage spake fell rancour, malice deep, wherein he died, and round him Ahasuerus the great king, Esther his bride, and Mordecai the just, blameless in word and deed. As of itself, that unsubstantial coinage of the brain burst like a bubble which the water fails that fed it. In my vision straight up rose a damsel weeping loud and cried, O Queen, O Mother, wherefore has intemperate ire driven thee to loathe thy being? Not to lose Lavinia, desperate thou hast slain thyself. Now hast thou lost me. I am she whose tears mourn ere I fall, a mother's timeless end. E'en as a sleep breaks off, if suddenly new radiance strike upon the closed lids, the broken slumber quivering ere it dies. Thus from before me sunk that imagery vanishing, soon as on my face there struck the light, outshining far our earthly beam. As round I turned me to survey what place I had arrived at, here ye mount, exclaimed a voice, that other purpose left me none, save will so eager to behold who spake, I could not choose but gaze. As for the sun, that weighs our vision down, and veils his form in light transcendent, thus my virtue failed unequal. This is spirit from above, who marshals us our upward way, unsought, and in his own light shrouds him. As a man doth for himself, so now is done for us. For whoso waits imploring, yet sees need of his prompt aidance, sets himself prepared for blunt denial, ere the suit be made. Refuse we not to lend a ready foot, at such inviting, haste we to ascend, before it darken, for we may not then, till morn again return. So spake my guide, and to one ladder both addressed our steps, and the first stair approaching, I perceived near me, as 'twere the waving of a wing, that fanned my face and whispered, Blessed they the peacemakers, they know not evil wrath. Now to such height above our heads were raised the last beams, followed close by hooded night, that many a star on all sides through the gloom shone out. Why partest from me, O my strength? So with myself I communed, for I felt my o'er-toiled sinews slacken. We had reached the summit, and were fixed like to a bark arrived at land. And waiting a short space, if aught should meet mine ear in that new round, then to my guide I turned and said, Loved sire, declare what guilt is on this circle purged. If our feet rest, no need thy speech should pause. He thus to me, The love of good, whate'er wanted of just proportion, here fulfills. Here plies afresh the oar that loitered ill, but that thou mayst yet clearlier understand, give ear unto my words, and thou shalt cull some fruit may please thee well from this delay. Creator, nor created being, ne'er, my son, he thus began, was without love, or natural, or the free spirit's growth. Thou hast not that to learn, the natural still is without error, but the other swerves if on ill object bent, or through excess of vigour, or defect. While ere it seeks the primal blessings, or with measure due th' inferior, no delight that flows from it partakes of ill. But let it warp to evil, or with more ardour than behooves or less. Pursue the good, the thing created then, works 'gainst its maker. Hence thou must infer that love is germin of each virtue in ye, and of each act no less, that merits pain. Now, since it may not be, but love intend the welfare mainly of the thing it loves, all from self-hatred are secure, and since no being can be thought to exist apart and independent of the first, a bar of equal force restrains from hating that. Grant the distinction just, and it remains the evil must be another's, which is loved. 3 ways such love is gendered in your clay. There is who hopes, his neighbour's worth depressed, preeminence himself, and coverts hence, for his own greatness, that another fall. There is who so much fears the loss of power, fame, favour, glory, should his fellow mount above him, and so sickens at the thought, he loves their opposite. And there is he, whom wrong or insult seems to gall and shame, that he doth thirst for vengeance, and such needs must dote on others' evil. Here beneath this threefold love is mourned. Of the other sort be now instructed, that which follows good, but with disordered and irregular course. All indistinctly apprehend a bliss on which the soul may rest, the hearts of all yearn after it, and to that wished born all therefore strive to tend. If ye behold or seek it with a love remiss and lax, this cornice, after just repenting, lays its penal torment on ye. Other good there is, where man finds not his happiness. It is not true fruition, not that blessed essence, of every good the branch and root. The love, too, lavishly bestowed on this, along 3 circles over us, is mourned. Account of that division tripartite expect not, fitter for thine own research. Canto diciottantino. The teacher ended, and his high discourse, concluding, earnest in my looks, inquired, if I appeared content, and I, whom still unsated thirst to hear him urged, was mute outwardly, yet inwardly I said, perchance my too much questioning offends. But he, true father, marked the secret wish, by diffidence restrained, and speaking gave me boldness thus to speak. Master, my sight gathers so lively virtue from thy beams, that all thy words convey distinct is seen. Wherefore I pray thee, Father, whom this heart holds dearest, thou wouldst deign by proof to unfold that love, from which, as from their source, thou bringst all good deeds and their opposite. He then, to what I now disclose, be thy clear ken directed, and thou plainly shalt behold how much those blind have erred, who make themselves the guides of men. The soul, created apt to love, moves versatile, which way soe'er aught pleasing prompts her, soon as she is waked by pleasure into act. Of substance true, your apprehension forms its counterfeit, and in you the ideal shape presenting attracts the soul's regard. If she, thus drawn, incline toward it, love is that inclining, and a new nature, knit by pleasure in ye. Then as the fire points up, and mounting seeks his birthplace and his lasting seat, e'en thus enters the captive soul into desire, which is a spiritual motion that ne'er rests before enjoyment of the thing it loves. Enough to show thee how the truth from those is hidden who ever all love a thing praiseworthy in itself, although perhaps its substance seem still good. Yet if the wax be good, it follows not the impression must. What love is, I returned, thy words, O guide, and my own docile mind reveal. Yet thence new doubts have sprung. For from without if love be offered to us, and the spirit knows no other footing, tend she right or wrong, is no desert of hers. He answering thus, what reason here discovers I have power to show thee? That which lies beyond, expect from Beatrice, faith not reason's task. Spirit, substantial form, with matter joined, not in confusion mixed, hath in itself specific virtue of that union born, which is not felt except it work, nor proved, but through effect, as vegetable life by the green leaf. From whence his intellect deduced its primal notices of things, man therefore knows not, or his appetites their first affections. Such in you as zeal in bees to gather honey. At the first, volition, meriting nor blame nor praise. But o'er each lower faculty supreme, that as she list are summoned to her bar, ye have that virtue in you, whose just voice uttereth counsel, and whose word should keep the threshold of assent. Here is the source, whence cause of merit in you is derived, e'en as the affections good or ill she takes, or severs, winnowed as the chaff. Those men who reasoning went to depth profoundest, marked that innate freedom, and were thence induced to leave their moral teaching to the world. Grant then, that from necessity arise all love that glows within you. To dismiss or harbour it, the power is in yourselves. Remember Beatrice, in her style, denominates free choice by eminence, the noble virtue, if in talk with thee she touch upon that theme. The moon, well nigh to midnight hour belated, made the stars appear to wink and fade, and her broad disk seemed like a crag on fire, as up the vault that course she journeyed, which the sun then warms, when they of Rome behold him at his set, betwixt Sardinia and the Corsic isle. And now the weight that hung upon my thought was lightened by the aid of that clear spirit, who raiseth Andes above Mantua's name. I therefore, when my questions had obtained solution plain and ample, stood as one musing in dreary slumber, but not long slumbered, for suddenly a multitude, the steep already turning, from behind, rushed on. With fury and like random rout, as echoing on their shores at midnight, heard Ismenus and Asopus, for his Thebes if Bacchus's help were needed. So came these tumultuous, curving each his rapid step, by eagerness impelled of holy love. Soon they o'ertook us, with such swiftness moved the mighty crowd. Two spirits at their head cried weeping. Blessed Mary sought with haste the hilly region. Caesar to subdue Ilerda, darted in Marseille his sting and flew to Spain. O tarry not, away, the others shouted, let not time be lost through slackness of affection. Hearty zeal to serve reanimates celestial grace. O ye, in whom intenser fervency haply supplies, where lukewarm erst ye failed, slow or neglectful, to absolve your part of good and virtuous, this man, who yet lives, credit my tale, though strange, desires to send. So morning rise to light us. Therefore say, which hand leads nearest to the rifted rock? So spake my guide, to whom a shade returned. Come after us, and thou shalt find the cleft. We may not linger, such resistless will speeds our unwearied course. Vouchsafe us then thy pardon, if our duty seem to thee discourteous rudeness. In Verona I was abbot of San Zeno, when the hand of Barbarossa grasped imperial sway. That name ne'er uttered without tears in Milan. And there is he, hath one foot in his grave, who for that monastery ere long shall weep, rueing his power misused, for that his son, of body ill compact, and worse in mind, and born in evil, he hath set in place of its true pastor. Whether more he spake, or here was mute, I know not. He had sped e'en now so far beyond us, yet thus much I heard, and in remembrance treasured it. He then, who never failed me at my need, cried, hither turn. lo, too, with sharp remorse chiding their sin. In rear of all the troop, these shouted, first they died, to whom the sea opened, or ever Jordan saw his heirs, and they, who with Aeneas to the end endured not suffering, for their portion chose life without glory. Soon as they had fled, past reach of sight, new thought within me rose, by others followed fast, and each unlike its fellow, till led on from thought to thought, and pleasured with the fleeting train, mine eye was closed, and meditation changed to dream. Canto 19. It was the hour when of diurnal heat no reliques chafed the cold beams of the moon, o'erpowered by earth or planetary sway of Saturn, and the geomancer sees his greater fortune up the east ascend, where grey dawn checkers first the shadowy cone, when for me in my dream a woman's shape there came, with lips that stammered, eyes aslant, distorted feet, hands maimed, and colour pale. I looked upon her, and as sunshine cheers limbs numbed by nightly cold, e'en thus my look unloosed her tongue, next in brief space her form decrepit raised erect, and faded face with love's own hue illumined. Recovering speech, she forthwith warbling such a strain began, that I, how loth soe'er, could scarce have held attention from the song. Thus she sang, I am the siren, she, who mariners on the wide sea are wildered when they hear. Such fullness of delight the listener feels. I from his course, Ulysses by my lay enchanted drew, who frequents me once part seldom, so I charm him, and his heart contented knows no void. Or ere her mouth was closed, to shame her at her side appeared a dame of semblance holy. With stern voice she uttered, Say, O Virgil, who is this? Which hearing, he approached, with eyes still bent toward that goodly presence. The other seized her, and her robes tearing, opened her before, and showed the belly to me, whence a smell, exhaling loathsome, waked me. Round I turned mine eyes, and thus the teacher, at the least 3 times my voice hath called thee, Rise, begone. Let us the opening find where thou mayest pass. I straightway rose. Now day poured down from high, filled all the circuits of the sacred mount, and as we journeyed, on our shoulder smote the early ray. I followed, stooping low my forehead, as a man o'ercharged with thought, who bends him to the likeness of an arch that midway spans the flood, when thus I heard, Come, enter here, in tone so soft and mild, as never met the ear on mortal strand. With swan-like wings dispread and pointing up, who thus had spoken, marshalled us along, where each side of the solid masonry the sloping walls retired. Then moved his plumes, and fanning us, affirmed that those who mourn are blessed, for that comfort shall be theirs. What aileth thee, that still thou look'st to earth? Began my leader, while the angelic shape a little over us his station took. New vision, I replied, hath raised in me surmisings strange and anxious doubts, whereon my soul intent allows no other thought or room or entrance. Hast thou seen, said he, that old enchantress, her whose wiles alone the spirits o'er us weep for? Hast thou seen how man may free him of her bonds? Enough. Let thy heels spurn the earth, and thy raised ken fix on the lure which heaven's eternal king whirls in the rolling spheres. As on his feet, the falcon first looks down, then to the sky turns, and forth stretches eager for the food that woos him thither. So the call I heard, so onward, far as the dividing rock gave way, I journeyed, till the plain was reached. On the 5th circle, when I stood at large, a race appeared before me, on the ground all downward, lying prone and weeping sore. My soul hath cleaved to the dust, I heard with sighs so deep, they well nigh choked the words. O ye elect of God, whose penal woes both hope and justice mitigate, direct towards the steep rising our uncertain way. If ye approach secure from this our doom, prostration, and would urge your course with speed, see that ye still to rightward keep the brink. So them the bard besought, and such the words, beyond us some short space, in answer came. I noted what remained yet hidden from them. Thence to my liege's eyes mine eyes I bent, and he, forthwith interpreting their suit, beckoned his glad assent. Free then to act, as pleased me, I drew near, and took my stand o'er that shade whose words I late had marked. And, Spirit, I said, in whom repentant tears mature that blessed hour, when thou with God shalt find acceptance, for a while suspend for me that mightier care, say who thou wast, why thus ye grovel on your bellies prone, and if in aught ye wish my service there, whence living I am come. He answering spake, the cause why heaven our back toward his cope reverses shalt thou know, but me know first the successor of Peter, and the name and title of my lineage from that stream, that twixt Chiavari and Siestri draws his limpid waters through the lowly glen. A month and little more by proof I learnt, with what a weight that robe of sovereignty upon his shoulder rests, who from the mire would guard it, that each other fardel seems but feathers in the balance. Late, alas, was my conversion, but when I became Rome's pastor, I discerned at once the dream and cousinage of life, saw that the heart rested not there, and yet no prouder height lured on the climber, wherefore, of that life no more enamoured, in my bosom love of purer being kindled. For till then I was a soul in misery, alienate from God, and covetous of all earthly things. Now, as thou seest, here punished for my doting, such cleansing from the taint of avarice do spirits converted need. This mount inflicts no direr penalty, e'en as our eyes fastened below, nor e'er to loftier clime were lifted, thus hath justice levelled us here on the earth, as avarice quenched our love of good, without which is no working, thus here justice holds us prisoned, hand and foot chained down and bound, while heaven's just Lord shall please, so long to tarry, motionless outstretched. My knees I stooped, and would have spoke, but he, ere my beginning, by his ear perceived I did him reverence. And what cause, said he, hath bowed thee thus? Compunction, I rejoined, and inward awe of your high dignity. Up, he exclaimed, brother, upon thy feet arise, err not, thy fellow servant I, thine and all others, of one sovereign power. If thou hast ever marked those holy sounds of gospel truth, nor shall be given ill marriage, thou mayest discern the reasons of my speech. Go thy ways now, and linger here no more. Thy tarrying is a let unto the tears, with which I hasten that whereof thou spak'st. I have on earth a kinswoman, her name Alighieri, worthy in herself, so ill example of our house corrupt her not, and she is all remaineth of me there. Canto 20. Ill strives the will, 'gainst will more wise that strives his pleasure therefore to mine own preferred. I drew the sponge, yet thirsty from the wave. Onward I moved, he also onward moved, who led me, coasting still, wherever place along the rock was vacant, as a man walks near the battlements on narrow wall. For those on the other part, who drop by drop, wring out their all-infecting malady, too closely press the verge. Accursed be thou, inveterate wolf, whose gorge ingluts more prey than every beast beside, yet is not filled. So bottomless thy maw, ye spheres of heaven, to whom there are, as seems, who attribute all change in mortal state. When is the day of his appearing, for whom fate reserves to chase her hence? With wary steps and slow we passed, and I attentive to the shades, whom piteously I heard lament and wail, and midst the wailing, one before us heard cry out, O blessed Virgin, as a dame in the sharp pangs of childbed, and how poor thou wast, it added, witness that low roof where thou didst lay thy sacred burden down. O good Fabricius, thou didst virtue choose with poverty, before great wealth with vice. The words so pleased me, that desire to know the spirit, from whose lip they seemed to come, did draw me onward. Yet it spake the gift of Nicholas, which on the maidens he bounteous bestowed, to save their youthful prime unblemished. Spirit, who dost speak of deeds so worthy, tell me who thou was, I said, and why thou dost with single voice renew memorial of such praise. That boon vouchsafed haply shall meet reward. if I return to finish the short pilgrimage of life, still speeding to its close on restless wing. I, answered he, will tell thee, not for hell, which thence I look for, but that in thyself grace so exceeding shines, before thy time of mortal dissolution. I was root of that ill plant, whose shade such poison sheds o'er all the Christian land, that seldom thence good fruit is gathered. Vengeance soon should come, had Ghent and Douay, Lille and Bruges power, and vengeance I of heaven's great judge implore. Hugh Capet was I high, from me descend the Philips and the Louis, of whom France newly is governed, born of one who plied the slaughterer's trade at Paris. When the race of ancient kings had vanished, all save one wrapped up in sable weeds, within my gripe I found the reins of empire, and such powers of new acquirement, with full store of friends, that soon the widowed circlet of the crown was girt upon the temples of my son, he from whose bones the anointed race begins, till the great dower of Provence had removed the stains that yet obscured our lowly blood. Its sway indeed was narrow, but howe'er it wrought no evil. There, with force and lies, began its rapine. After, for amends, Poitou it seized, Navarre and Gascony. To Italy came Charles, and for amends young Conradine, an innocent victim, slew, and sent the angelic teacher back to heaven, still for amends. I see the time at hand that forth from France invites another Charles to make himself and kindred better known. Unarmed he issues, saving with that lance which the arch-traitor tilted with, and that he carries with so home a thrust as rives the bowels of poor Florence. No increase of territory hence, but sin and shame shall be his guerdon, and so much the more as he more lightly deems of such foul wrong. I see the other, who a prisoner late had steps on shore, exposing to the mart his daughter, whom he bargains for, as do the corsairs for their slaves. O avarice, what canst thou more, who hast subdued our blood so wholly to thyself, they feel no care of their own flesh. To hide with direr guilt, past ill and future, lo, the flower de luce enters Alagna. In his vicar, Christ himself a captive, and his mockery acted again. Lo, lo, his holy lip, the vinegar and gall once more applied, and he twixt living robbers, doomed to bleed. Lo, the new pilot, of whose cruelty such violence cannot fill the measure up, with no degree to sanction, pushes on into the temple his yet eager sails. O sovereign master, when shall I rejoice to see the vengeance which thy wrath well pleased in secret silence broods? While daylight lasts, so long what thou didst hear of her, sole spouse of the Great Spirit, and on which thou turnest to me for comment, is the general theme of all our prayers. But when it darkens, then a different strain we utter, then record Pygmalion, whom his gluttonous thirst of gold made traitor, robber, parricide. The woes of Midas, which his greedy wish ensued, marked for derision to all future times. And the fond Achan, how he stole the prey, that yet he seems by Joshua's ire pursued. Sapphira with her husband next we blame, and praise the forefeet that with furious ramp spurned Heliodorus. All the mountain round rings with the infamy of Thracia's king, who slew his Phrygian charge, and last a shout ascends, declare, O Crassus, for thou know'st the flavour of thy gold. The voice of each now high, now low, as each his impulse prompts, is led through many a pitch, acute or grave. Therefore, not singly, I erewhile rehearsed that blessedness we tell of in the day, but near me none beside his accent raised. From him we now had parted, and essayed with utmost efforts to surmount the way, when I did feel, as nodding to its fall, the mountain tremble, whence an icy chill seized on me, as on one to death conveyed. So shook not Delos, when Latona there couched, to bring forth the twin-born eyes of heaven. Forthwith from every side a shout arose, so vehement that suddenly my guide drew near and cried, "Doubt not, while I conduct thee." "Glory," all shouted, such the sounds mine ear gathered from those who near me swelled the sounds. "Glory in the highest be to God." We stood immovably suspended, like to those, the shepherds, who first heard in Bethlehem's field that song, till ceased the trembling, and the song was ended. Then our hallowed path resumed, eyeing the prostrate shadows who renewed their customed mourning. Never in my breast did ignorance so struggle with desire of knowledge, if my memory do not err, as in that moment. Nor through haste dared I to question, nor myself could aught discern, so on I fared in thoughtfulness and dread. Canto 21. The natural thirst, ne'er quenched but from the well, whereof the woman of Samaria craved, excited, haste along the cumbered path, after my guide, impelled, and pity moved my bosom for the vengeful deed, though just. When lo, even as Luke relates, that Christ appeared unto the two upon their way, new risen from his vaulted grave, to us a shade appeared, and after us approached, contemplating the crowd beneath its feet. We were not ware of it, so first it spake, saying, God give you peace, my brethren. Then sudden we turned, and Virgil such salute as fitted that kind greeting gave, and cried, Peace in the blessed council, be thy lot awarded by that righteous court, which me to everlasting banishment exiles. How, he exclaimed, nor from his speed meanwhile desisting, if that ye be spirits, whom God vouchsafes not room above, who up the height has been thus far your guide? To whom the bard, if thou observe the tokens, which this man tracked by the finger of the angel bears, 'tis plain that in the kingdom of the just he needs must share. But sithence she, whose wheel spins day and night, for him not yet had drawn that yarn, which on the fatal distaff pillared, Clotho apportions to each wight that breathes, his soul that sister is to mine and thine, not of herself could mount, for not like ours her ken. Whence I from forth the ample gulf of hell was ta'en, to lead him, and will lead far as my law avails. But if thou know, instruct us for what cause the mount erewhile thus shook and trembled, wherefore all at once seemed shouting, even from his wave-washed foot. That questioning so tallied with my wish, the thirst did feel abatement of its edge, e'en from expectance. He forthwith replied, in its devotion, naught irregular this mount can witness, or by punctual rule unsanctioned, here from every change exempt. Other than that, which heaven in itself doth of itself receive, no influence can reach us. Tempest none, shower, hail or snow, hoar frost or dewy moistness, higher falls than that brief scale of threefold steps. Thick clouds, nor scudding rack are ever seen. Swift glance ne'er lightens, nor Thaumantian iris gleams, that yonder often shift on each side heaven. Vapour or dust doth never mount above the highest of the trinal stairs, whereon Peter's vicegerent stands. Lower perchance, with various motion rocked, trembles the soil. But here, through wind in earth's deep hollow pent, I know not how, yet never trembled. Then trembles, when any spirit feels itself so purified, that it may rise, or move for rising, and such loud acclaim ensues. Purification by the will alone is proved, that free to change society, seizes the soul rejoicing in her will. Desire of bliss is present from the first, but strong propension hinders to that wish by the just ordinance of heaven opposed. Propension now as eager to fulfill the allotted torment, as erewhile to sin. And I, who in this punishment had lain 500 years and more, but now have felt free wish for happier clime. Therefore thou felt'st the mountain tremble, and the spirits devout heardst, over all his limits, utter praise to that liege lord, whom I entreat their joy to hasten. Thus he spake, and since the draught is grateful ever as the thirst is keen, no words may speak my fullness of content. Now, said the instructor sage, I see the net that takes ye here, and how the toils are loosed. Why rocks the mountain, and why ye rejoice? Vouchsafe, that from thy lips I next may learn, who on the earth thou wast, and wherefore here so many an age wert prostrate. In that time, when the good Titus, with heaven's king to help, avenged those piteous gashes, whence the blood by Judas sold did issue, with the name most lasting and most honoured, there was I abundantly renowned. The shade replied, not yet with faith endued. So passing sweet my vocal spirit, from Tolosa, Rome to herself drew me, where I merited a myrtle garland to enwreathe my brow. Statius they name me still, of Thebes I sang, and next of great Achilles, but either way fell with the second burthen. Of my flame, those sparkles were the seeds, which I derived from the bright fountain of celestial fire that feeds unnumbered lamps, the song I mean, which sounds Aeneas's wanderings. That the breast I hung at, that the nurse, from whom my veins drank inspiration, whose authority was ever sacred with me. To have lived coeval with the Mantuan, I would bide the revolution of another sun beyond my stated years in banishment. The Mantuan, when he heard him, turned to me, and holding silence, by his countenance enjoined me silence, but the power which wills bears not supreme control. Laughter and tears follow so closely on the passion prompts them. They wait not for the motions of the will, in nature's most sincere. I did but smile, as one who winks, and thereupon the shade broke off, and peered into mine eyes, where best our looks interpret. So to good event, mayst thou conduct such great emprise, he cried, say why across thy visage beamed. But now the lightning of a smile, on either part now am I straitened. One conjures me speak, the other to silence binds me. Whence a sigh I utter, and the sigh is heard. Speak on, the teacher cried, and do not fear to speak, but tell him what so earnestly he asks. Whereon I thus, perchance, O ancient spirit, thou marvelst at my smiling. There is room for yet more wonder. He who guides my ken on high, he is that Mantuan, led by whom thou didst presume of men and gods to sing. If other cause thou deemedst for which I smiled, leave it as not the true one, and believe those words thou spak'st of him, indeed the cause. Now down he bent to embrace my teacher's feet, but he forbade him. Brother, do it not. Thou art a shadow, and behold'st a shade. He rising answered thus, Now hast thou proved the force and ardour of the love I bear thee, when I forget we are but things of air, and as a substance treat an empty shade. Canto 22. Now we had left the angel, who had turned to the sixth circle our ascending step. One gash from off my forehead razzed, while they, whose wishes tend to justice, shouted forth, Blessed, and ended with, I thirst. And I, more nimble than along the other straits, so journeyed that without the sense of toil, I followed upward the swift-footed shades. When Virgil thus began, let its pure flame from virtue flow, and love can never fail to warm another's bosom, so the light shine manifestly forth. Hence from that hour, when mongst us in the purlieus of the deep, came down the spirit of Aquinum's hard, who told of thine affection, my good will hath been for thee of quality as strong, as ever linked itself to one not seen. Therefore these stairs will now seem short to me. But tell me, and if too secure I loose the rein with a friend's license, as a friend forgive me, and speak now as with a friend. How chanced it covetous desire could find place in that bosom, midst such ample store of wisdom as thy zeal had treasured there? First, somewhat moved to laughter by his words, Statius replied, Each syllable of thine is a dear pledge of love. Things oft appear that minister false matters to our doubts, when their true causes are removed from sight. Thy question doth assure me, thou believest I was on earth a covetous man, perhaps because thou foundst me in that circle placed. Know then I was too wide of avarice, and e'en for that excess, thousands of moons have waxed and waned upon my sufferings. And were it not that I with heedful care noted where thou exclaimest as if in ire with human nature, Why, thou cursed thirst of gold, dost not with juster measure guide the appetite of mortals? I had met the fierce encounter of the voluble rock. Then was I ware that with too ample wing the hands may haste to lavishment, and turned as from my other evil, so from this impenitence. How many from their grave shall with shorn locks arise, who living, aye, and at life's last extreme, of this offence through ignorance did not repent? And know, the fault which lies direct from any sin in level opposition here with that wastes its green rankness on one common heap. Therefore, if I have been with those who wail their avarice to cleanse me through reverse of their transgression, such hath been my lot. To whom the sovereign of the pastoral song, while thou didst sing that cruel warfare, wagged by the twin sorrow of Jocasta's womb, from thy discourse with Clio there, it seems as faith had not been shine, without the which good deeds suffice not. And if so, what sun rose on thee, or what candle pierced the dark, that thou didst after see to hoist the sail, and follow where the fisherman had led? He answering thus, by thee conducted first, I entered the Parnassian grots, and quaffed of the clear spring. Illumined first by thee, opened mine eyes to God. Thou didst, as one who, journeying through the darkness, hears a light behind, that profits not himself, but makes his followers wise, when thou exclaimedst, Lo, a renovated world, justice returned, times of primeval innocence restored, and a new race descended from above. Poet and Christian, both to thee I owed. That thou mayest mark more clearly what I trace, my hand shall stretch forth to inform the lines with livelier colouring. Soon o'er all the world, by messengers from heaven, the true belief teemed now prolific, and that word of thine accordant to the new instructors chimed. Induct by which agreement I was wont resort to them, and soon their sanctity so won upon me that Domitian's rage pursuing them, I mixed my tears with theirs, and while on earth I stayed, still succoured them, and their most righteous customs made me scorn all sects besides. Before I led the Greeks in tuneful fiction to the streams of Thebes, I was baptized, but secretly, through fear, remained a Christian, and conformed long time to pagan rites. 5 centuries and more, for that lukewarmness, was fain to pace round the 4th circle. Thou then, who hast raised the covering, which did hide such blessing from me, whilst much of this ascent is yet to climb, say if thou know where our old Terence bides, Caecilius, Plautus, Varro, if condemned they dwell, and in what province of the deep. These, said my guide, with Perseus and myself, and others many more, are with that Greek, of mortals, the most cherished by the 9, in the first ward of darkness. There, ofttimes, we of that mount hold converse, on whose top for aye our nurses live. We have the bard of Pella, and the Teian, Agatho, Simonides, and many a Grecian else, ingarlanded with laurel. Of thy train Antigone is there, Deiphile, Argia, and as sorrowful as erst Ismene, and who showed Langia's wave, Deidamia with her sisters there, and blind Tiresias' daughter, and the bride sea-born of Peleus. Either poet now was silent, and no longer by the ascent, or the steep walls obstructed, round them cast inquiring eyes. 4 handmaids of the day had finished now their office, and the 5th was at the chariot beam, directing still its balmy point aloof, when thus my guide, methinks it well behooves us to the brink bend the right shoulder circuiting the mount, as we have ever used. So custom there was usher to the road, the which we chose, less doubtful as that worthy shade complied. They on before me went, I sole pursued, listening their speech, that to my thoughts conveyed mysterious lessons of sweet poesy. But soon they ceased, for midway of the road a tree we found with goodly fruitage hung, and pleasant to the smell, and as a fir upward from bough to bough less ample spreads, so downward this less ample spread, that none, methinks, aloft may climb. Upon the side that closed our path, a liquid crystal fell from the steep rock, and through the sprays above streamed showering. With associate step the bards drew near the plant, and from amidst the leaves a voice was heard, Ye shall be chary of me. And after added, Mary took more thought for joy and honour of the nuptial feast, than for herself who answers now for you. The women of old Rome were satisfied with water for their beverage. Daniel fed on pulse and wisdom gained. The primal age was beautiful as gold, and hunger then made acorns tasteful. Thirst each rivulet run nectar. Honey and locusts were the food, whereon the Baptist in the wilderness fed, and that eminence of glory reached and greatness, which the evangelist records. Canto 23. On the green leaf mine eyes were fixed, like his who throws away his days in idle chase of the diminutive, when thus I heard the more than father warn me, Son, our time asks thriftier using. Linger not away. Thereat my face and steps at once I turned toward the sages, by whose converse cheered I journeyed on, and felt no toil, and lo, a sound of weeping and a song, my lips, O Lord. And these so mingled, it gave birth to pleasure and to pain. O sire beloved, say what is this I hear? Thus I inquired. Spirits, said he, who as they go, perchance, their debt of duty pay. As on their road, the thoughtful pilgrims, overtaking some not known unto them, turn to them, and look but stay not. Thus, approaching from behind with speedier motion, eyed us as they passed, a crowd of spirits, silent and devout. The eyes of each were dark and hollow, pale their visage, and so lean withal, the bones stood staring through the skin. I do not think thus dry and meagre Erisichthon showed, when pinced by sharp-set famine to the quick. Lo, to myself I muzzed, the race who lost Jerusalem, when Mary with dire beak preyed on her child. The sockets seemed as rings, from which the gems were drops. Who reads the name of man upon his forehead, there the M had traced most plainly. Who would deem that scent of water and an apple could have proved powerful to generate such pining want, not knowing how it wrought? While now I stood wondering what thus could waste them, for the cause of their gaunt hollowness and scaly rind appeared not. Lo, a spirit turned his eyes in their deep sunken cell, and fastened then on me, then cried with vehemence aloud, What grace is this vouchsafed me? By his looks I ne'er had recognized him, but the voice brought to my knowledge what his cheer concealed. Remembrance of his altered lineaments was kindled from that spark, and I agnised the visage of Pharisee. Ah, respect this wan and leprous withered skin, thus he suppliant implored, this macerated flesh, speak to me truly of thyself, and who are those twain spirits that escort thee there? Be it not said thou scornst to talk with me. That face of thine, I answered him, which dead I once bewailed, disposes me not less for weeping, when I see it thus transformed. Say then by heaven, what blasts ye thus? The whilst I wonder, ask not speech from me, unapt is he to speak, whom other will employs. He thus, the water and tea plant we passed, virtue possesses, by the eternal will infused, the which so pines me. Every spirit, whose song bewails his gluttony indulged too grossly, here in hunger and in thirst is purified. The odour, which the fruit and spray that showers upon the verdure breathe, inflames us with desire to feed and drink. Nor once alone encompassing our root, we come to add fresh fuel to the pain. Pain, said I. Solace, rather, for that will to the tree leads us, by which Christ was led to call Elias, joyful when he paid our ransom from his vein. I answering thus, For see, from that day in which the world for better life thou changedest, not 5 years have circled. If the power of sinning more were first concluded in thee, ere thou knewst that kindly grief which re-espouses us to God, how hither art thou come so soon? I thought to find thee lower, there, where time is recompense for time. He straight replied, To drink up the sweet wormwood of affliction, I have been brought thus early by the tears streamed down my Nella's cheeks. Her prayers devout, her sighs have drawn me from the coast, where oft expectance lingers, and have set me free from the other circles. In the sight of God, so much the dearer is my widow prized, she whom I loved so fondly, as she ranks more singly eminent for virtuous deeds. The tract most barbarous of Sardinia's isle hath dames more chaste and modester by far than that wherein I left her. O sweet brother, what wouldst thou have me say? A time to come stands full within my view, to which this hour shall not be counted of an ancient date, when from the pulpit shall be loudly warned the unblushing dames of Florence, lest they bear unkerchiefed bosoms to the common gaze. What savage women hath the world e'er seen, what Saracens, for whom there needed scourge of spiritual or other discipline, to force them walk with covering on their limbs? But did they see, the shameless ones, that heaven wafts on swift wing toward them. While I speak, their mouths were oped for howling. They shall taste of borrow, unless foresight cheat me here, or ere the cheek of him be clothed with down, who is now rocked with lullaby asleep. Ah, now, my brother, hide thyself no more. Thou seest how not I alone but all gaze, where thou veilst the intercepted sun. Whence I replied, if thou recall to mind what we were once together, even yet remembrance of those days may grieve thee sore. That I forsook that life was due to him who there precedes me, some few evenings past, when she was round, who shines with sister lamp to his, that glisters yonder, and I showed the sun. 'Tis he who through profoundest night of he true dead has brought me, with this flesh as true, that follows. From that gloom the aid of his sure comfort drew me on to climb, and climbing wind along this mountain steep, which rectifies in you whate'er the world made crooked and depraved. I have his word, that he will bear me company as far as till I come where Beatrice dwells. But there must leave me. Virgil is that spirit, who thus hath promised, and I pointed to him. The other is that shade, for whom so late your realm, as he arose, exulting shook through every pendant cliff and rocky bound. Canto 24. Our journey was not slackened by our talk, nor yet our talk by journeying. Still we spake, and urged our travel stoutly, like a ship when the wind sits astern. The shadowy forms, that seemed things dead and dead again, drew in at their deep-delved orbs rare wonder of me, perceiving I had life, and I my words continued, and thus spake. He journeys up, perhaps more tardily then, else he would, for others' sake. But tell me, if thou know'st, where is Picarda? Tell me, if I see any of mark, among this multitude, who eye me thus. My sister, she for whom, twixt beautiful and good I cannot say, which name was fitter, wears e'en now her crown, and triumphs in Olympus. Saying this, he added, since spare diet hath so worn our semblance out, 'tis lawful here to name each one. This, and his finger then he raised, is Buonaguna, Buonaguna, he of Lucca, and that face beyond him, pierced unto a leaner fineness than the rest, had keeping of the church, he was of Tours, and purges by one abstinence away Bolsena's eels and cups of muscadel. He showed me many others, one by one, and all, as they were named, seemed well content. For no dark gesture I discerned in any. I saw through hunger Ubaldino grind his teeth on emptiness, and Boniface, that waved the crozier o'er a numerous flock. I saw the Marquis, who had time erewhile to swill at Forli with less drought, yet so was one ne'er sated. I, howe'er, like him, that gazing midst a crowd, singles out one, so singled him of Lucca, for methought was none amongst them took such note of me. Somewhat I heard him whisper of Gentuca. The sound was indistinct, and murmured there, where justice that so strips them fixed her sting. Spirit, said I, it seems as thou wouldst fain speak with me. Let me hear thee. Mutual wish to converse prompts, which let us both indulge. He, answering, straight began, woman is born, whose brow no wimple shades yet, that shall make my city please thee, blame it as they may. Go then with this forewarning. If aught false my whisper too implied, the event shall tell, but say, if of a truth I see the man of that new lay the inventor, which begins with ladies, ye that con the law of love. To whom I thus, count of me, but as one who am the scribe of love, that when he breathes, take up my pen, and as he dictates, write. Brother, said he, the hindrance which once held the notary with Gittone and myself, short of that new and sweeter style I hear, is now disclosed. I see how ye your plumes stretch, as the inditer guides them, which no question ours did not. He that seeks a grace beyond, sees not the distance parts one style from other, and as contented, here he held his peace. Like as the bird, that winter near the Nile, in squared regiment direct their course, then stretch themselves in file for speedier flight. Thus all the tribe of spirits, as they turned their visage, faster deaf, nimble alike through leanness and desire, And as a man, tiered with the motion of a trotting steed, slacks pace and stays behind his company, till his breathed lungs keep temperate time, e'en so foresee let that holy crew proceed, behind them lingering at my side, and saying, When shall I again behold thee? How long my life may last, said I know not. This know, how soon soever I return, my wishes will before me have arrived. Sithence the place where I am set to live is, day by day, more scooped of all its good, and dismal ruin seems to threaten it. Go now, he cried. Lo, he, whose guilt is most, passes before my vision, dragged at heels of an infuriate beast. Toward the vale, where guilt hath no redemption, on it speeds, each step increasing swiftness on the last, until a blow it strikes that leaveth him a course most vilely shattered. No long space those wheels have yet to roll. Therewith his eyes looked up to heaven, ere thou shalt plainly see that which my words may not more plainly tell. I quit thee. Time is precious here. I lose too much, thus measuring my pace with shine. As from a troop of well-ranked chivalry, one knight, more enterprising than the rest, pricks forth at gallop, eager to display his prowess in the first encounter proved, so parted he from us with lengthened strides, and left me on the way with those twain spirits who were such mighty marshals of the world. When he beyond us had so fled, mine eyes no nearer reached him than my thought his words, the branches of another fruit, thick hung and blooming fresh, appeared. E'en as our steps turned thither, not far off it rose to view. Beneath it were a multitude that raised their hands and shouted forth I know not what unto the boughs, like greedy and fond brats, that beg and answer none obtain from him of whom they beg. But more to draw them on, he at arm's length the object of their wish above them holds aloft, and hides it not. At length, as undeceived they went their way, and we approach the tree, who vows and tears sue to in vain the mighty tree. Pass on, and come not near. Stands higher up the wood, whereof Eve tasted, and from it was ta'en this plant. Such sounds from midst the thickets came, whence I, with either bard, close to the side that rose, passed forth beyond. Remember, next we heard, those noblest creatures of the clouds, how they their twofold bosoms overgorged, opposed in fight to Theseus. Call to mind the Hebrews, how effeminate they stooped to ease their thirst, whence Gideon's ranks were thinned, as he to Midian marched adown the hills. Thus near one border coasting, still we heard the sins of gluttony, with woe erewhile regadoned. Then along the lonely path, once more at large, full 1,000 paces on we travelled, each contemplative and mute. Why pensive journey thus ye three alone? Thus suddenly a voice exclaimed, whereat I shook, as doth a scared and paltry beast, then raised my head to look from whence it came. Was ne'er, in furnace, glass, or metal seen so bright and glowing red, as was the shape I now beheld? If ye desire to mount, he cried, here must ye turn. This way he goes, who goes in quest of peace. His countenance had dazzled me, and to my guides I faced backward, like one who walks, as sound directs. As when, to harbinger the dawn, springs up on freshened wing the air of May, and breathes of fragrance, all impregned with herb and flowers, e'en such a wind I felt upon my front, blow gently, and the moving of a wing perceived, that moving shed ambrosial smell. And then a voice, blessed are they, whom grace doth so illume, that appetite in them exhaleth no inordinate desire, still hungering as the rule of temperance wills. Canto 25. It was an hour when he who climbs had need to walk uncrippled, for the sun had now to Taurus the meridian circle left, and to the Scorpion left the night, as one that makes no pause, but presses on his road, whate'er betide him, if some urgent need impel. So entered we upon our way, one before other, for but singly, none that steep and narrow scale admits to climb. E'en as the young stork lifteth up his wing through wish to fly, yet ventures not to quit the nest, and drops it. So in me desire of questioning my guide arose and fell, arriving even to the act that marks a man prepared for speech. Him all our haste restrained not, but thus spake the sire beloved. Fear not to speed the shaft that on thy lip stands trembling for its flight. Encouraged thus, I straight began. How there can leanness come, where is no want of nourishment to feed? If thou, he answered, hadst remembered thee, how Meliger with the wasting brand, wasted alike, by equal fires consumed, this would not trouble thee, and hadst thou thought, how in the mirror your reflected form with mimic motion vibrates, what now seems hard, had appeared no harder than the pulp of summer fruit mature. But that thy will in certainty may find its full repose, lo Statius here, on him I call, and pray that he would now be healer of thy wound. If in thy presence I unfold to him the secrets of heaven's vengeance, let me plead thine own injunction to exculpate me. So Statius answered, and forthwith began, Attend my words, O son, and in thy mind receive them. So shall they be light to clear the doubt thou offerst. Blood concocted well, which by the thirsty veins is ne'er imbibed, and rests as food superfluous, to be ta'en from the replenished table, in the heart derives effectual virtue, that informs the several human limbs, as being that, which passes through the veins itself to make them. Yet more concocted it descends, where shame forbids to mention, and from thence distills in natural vessel on another's blood. Then each unite together, one disposed to endure, to act the other, through meet frame of its recipient mould. That being reached, it gins to work, coagulating first, then vivifies what its own substance caused to bear. With animation now endued, the active virtue, differing from a plant, no further than that this is on the way, and at its limit that continues yet to operate, that now it moves and feels, as sea sponge clinging to the rock, and there assumes the organic powers its seed conveyed. This is the period, son, at which the virtue that from the generating heart proceeds is pliant and expansive, for each limb is in the heart by forgeful nature planned. How babe of animal becomes, remains for thy considering. At this point more wise than thou hast erred, making the soul disjoined from passive intellect, because he saw no organ for the latter's use assigned. Open thy bosom to the truth that comes, no soon as in the embryo, to the brain, articulation is complete, then turns the primal mover with a smile of joy on such great work of nature, and embreathes new spirit, replete with virtue, that what here active it finds, to its own substance draws, and forms an individual soul, that lives and feels, and bends reflective on itself. And that thou less mayst marvel at the word, mark the sun's heat, how that to wine doth change, mixed with the moisture filtered through the vine. When Lachesis hath spun the thread, the soul takes with her both the human and divine, memory, intelligence, and will, in act far keener than before, the other powers inactive all and mute. No pause allowed, in wondrous sort self-moving, to one strand of those where the departed roam she falls, here learns her destined path. Soon as the place receives her, round the plastic virtue beams, distinct as in the living limbs before. And as the air, when saturate with showers, the casual beam refracting, decks itself with many a hue, so here the ambient air weareth that form, which influence of the soul imprints on it. And like the flame, that where the fire moves, thither follows, so henceforth the new form on the spirit follows still. Hence hath it semblance, and is shadow called, with each sense even to the sight endued. Hence speech is ours, hence laughter, tears, and sighs, which thou mayest oft have witnessed on the mount. The obedient shadow fails not to present whatever varying passion moves within us, and this the cause of what thou marvelst at. Now the last flexure of our way we reached, and to the right hand turning, other care awaits us. Here the rocky precipice hurls forth redundant flames, and from the rim a blast upblown, with forcible rebuff, driveth them back, sequestered from its bound. Behooved us, one by one, along the side that bordered on the void, to pass, and I feared on one hand the fire, on the other feared headlong to fall. When thus the instructor warned, strict rain must in this place direct the eyes. A little swerving, and the way is lost. Then from the bosom of the burning mass, O God of mercy, heard I sung, and felt no less desire to turn. And when I saw spirits along the flame proceeding, I between their footsteps and mine own was fain to share by turns my view. At the hymn's close they shouted loud, I do not know a man. Then in low voice again took up the strain, which once more ended. To the wood, they cried, ran Dian and drave forth Callisto, stung with Cytherea's poison, then returned unto their song. Then marry a pair extolled, who lived in virtue chastely, and the bands of wedded love. Nor from that task, I ween, surcease they, while soe'er the scorching fire enclasps them. Of such skill appliance needs to medicine the wound that healeth last. Canto Vanisisal. While singly thus along the rim we walked, oft the good master warned me, look thou well, avail it that I caution thee. The sun now all the western clime irradiate changed from azure tinct to white, and, as I passed, my passing shadow made the umbered flame burn ruddier. At so strange a sight I marked that many a spirit marvelled on his way. This bred occasion first to speak of me. He seems, said they, no insubstantial frame. Then to obtain what certainty they might, stretched towards me, careful not to overpass the burning pale. O thou who followest the others, haply not more slow than they, but moved by reverence, answer me who burn in thirst and fire. Nor I alone, but these all for thine answer do more thirst than doth Indian or Ethiop for the cooling stream. Tell us, how is it that thou makest thyself a wall against the sun, as thou not yet into the inextricable toils of death hadst entered? Thus spake one, and I had straight declared me, if attention had not turned to new appearance. Meeting these, there came, midway the burning path, a crowd, on whom earnestly gazing. From each part, I view the shadows all press forward, severally. Each snatch a hasty kiss, and then away. E'en so the emmets, mid their dusky troops, peer closely one at other, to spy out their mutual road perchance, and how they thrive. That friendly greeting parted, ere dispatch of the first onward step, from either tribe loud clamour rises. Those who newly come shout Sodom and Gomorrah, these, the cow Pasiphae entered, that the beast she wooed might rush unto her luxury. Then as cranes, that part towards the Riphaean mountains fly, part towards the Libyc sands, these to avoid the ice, and those the sun. So hasteth off one crowd, advances the other, and resume their first song weeping, and their several shout. Again drew near my side the very same, who had erewhile besought me, and their looks marked eagerness to listen. I, who twice their will had noted, spake, O spirit secure, whene'er the time may be of peaceful end. My limbs, nor crude, nor in mature old age, have I left yonder. Here they bear me, fed with blood and sinew strung, that I no more may live in blindness, hence I tend aloft. There is a dame on high, who wind for us this grace, by which my mortal through your realm I bear. But may your utmost wish soon meet such full fruition, that the orb of heaven, fullest of love, and of most ample space, receive you, as ye tell, upon my page, henceforth to stand recorded, who ye are, and what this multitude, that at your backs have passed behind us. As one, mountain-bred, rugged and clownish, if some city's walls he chanced to enter, round him stares agape, confounded and struck dumb. E'en such appeared each spirit. But when rid of that amaze, not long the inmate of a noble heart, he who before had questioned, thus resumed, O blessed, who for death preparing, tak'st experience of our limits, in thy bark. Their crime, who not with us proceed, was that for which, as he did triumph, Caesar heard the snout of Queen to taunt him. Hence their cry of Sodom as they parted, to rebuke themselves and aid the burning by their shame. Our sinning was hermaphrodite, But we, because the law of humankind we broke, following like beasts our vile concupiscence, hence parting from them, to our own disgrace record the name of her, by whom the beast in bestial tire was acted. Now our deeds thou know'st, and how we sinned. If thou by name wouldst haply know us, time permits not now to tell so much, nor can I. Of myself learn what thou wishest, Gwynnicelli I, who having truly sorrowed ere my last, already cleanse me. With such pious joy, as the two sons upon their mother gazed from sad Lycurgus rescued, such my joy, save that I more repressed it, when I heard from his own lips the name of him pronounced, who was a father to me, and to those my betters, who have ever used the sweet and pleasant rhymes of love. So naught I heard nor spake, but long time thoughtfully I went, gazing on him, and only for the fire approached not nearer. When my eyes were fed by looking on him, with such solemn pledge as forces credence, I devoted me unto his service wholly. In reply, he thus bespake me: What from thee I hear is graved so deeply on my mind, the waves of Lethe shall not wash it off, nor make a wit less lively. But as now thy oath has sealed the truth, declare what cause impels that love, which both thy looks and speech be array. Those dulcet lays, I answered, which as long as of our tongue the beauty does not fade, shall make us love the very ink that traked them. Brother, he cried, and pointed at a shade before him, there is one, whose mother speech doth owe to him a fairer ornament. He in love ditties, and the tales of prose, without a rival stands, and lets the fools talk on, who think the songster of Limoges o'ertops him. Rumour and the popular voice they look to more than truth, and so confirm opinion, ere by art or reason taught. Thus many of the elder time cried up Giton, giving him the prize, till truth by strength of numbers vanquished. If thou own so ample privilege as to have gained free entrance to the cloister, whereof Christ is abbot of the college, say to him one paternoster for me, far as needs for dwellers in this world, where power to sin no longer tempts us. Haply to make way for one, that followed next, when that was said, he vanished through the fire, as through the wave a fish that glances diving to the deep. I, to the spirit he had shown me, drew a little onward, and besought his name, for which my heart, I said, kept gracious room. He frankly thus began: Thy courtesy so wins on me, I have nor power nor will to hide me. I am Arnaud, and with songs, sorely lamenting for my folly past, thorough this ford of fire I wade, and see the day I hope for smiling in my view. I pray ye by the worth that guides ye up unto the summit of the scale, in time remember ye my sufferings. With such words he disappeared in the refining flame. Canto 27. Now was the sun so stationed, as when first his early radiance quivers on the heights, where streamed his Maker's blood, while Libra hangs above Hesperian Ebro, and new fires meridian flash on Ganges' yellow tide. So day was sinking, when the angel of God appeared before us. Joy was in his mien. Forth of the flame he stood upon the brink, and with a voice whose lively clearness far surpassed our human, "Blessed are the pure in heart," he sang. Then near him as we came, "Go ye not further, holy spirits," he cried, "ere the fire pierce you, enter in, and list attentive to the song ye hear from thence." I, when I heard his saying, was as one laid in the grave, my hands together clasped, and upward stretching, on the fire I looked, and busy fancy conjured up the forms erewhile beheld alive consumed in flames. The escorting spirits turned with gentle looks toward me, and the Mantuan spake, "My son, here torment thou mayest feel, but canst not death. Remember thee, if I safe e'en on Geryon brought thee, now I come more near to God, wilt thou not trust me now? Of this be sure, though in its womb that flame 1,000 years contained thee, from thy head no hair should perish. If thou doubt my truth, approach, and with thy hands thy vestures hem, stretch forth, and for thyself confirm belief. Lay now all fear, O lay all fear aside. Turn hither, and come onward undismayed. I still, though conscience urged no step advanced,